In the first days of the North Kingdom, they built a great watchtower on Weathertop. Amon Sul, they called it. It was burned and broken, and nothing remains of it now but a tumbled ring, like a rough crown on the old hill's head. Yet once it was tall and fair. It is told that Elendil stood there watching for the coming of Gil-galad out of the west in the days of the last alliance. I'm guest co-host Robert Clark, and you're listening to the Amon Sûl podcast.
My Govanan, welcome to Amon Sul, a podcast for tall hobbits with elvish aspirations. I still am looking for a better edit to that, but that's okay. I am Father Anthony, an Orthodox Christian priest, and here we talk about the works of J.R.R. Tolkien because we love them and believe in their power to orient us toward what is highest and noblest. Today, my guest co-host is Robert Clark, who returns in triumph after just a few months. He last joined us in August of 2025, where we learned that he created from scratch a comprehensive concordance of the Lord of the Rings, providing him with data to back up his theories about water, the Valar, and Frodo. And he was the first victim of my Tom Bombadil obsession, and he kindly did not use his concordance to utterly refute me. So, Rob, welcome back to the Amon Sul podcast.
Thank you very much, Father Anthony. I'm pinching myself to be here again. Can hardly believe it. I'm thrilled. Thank you.
Well, I can even say you're back by acclamation. One of the first letters that I got afterwards was, "Wow, what a find! Bring him back often." So
wow. That's very flattering.
I gotta pass that on to you. At any rate, on our episode today, Rob and I will join the Hobbits at the foot of Weathertop and see the aftermath of the attack of the Black Riders. This is Chapter 12 of Fellowship of the Ring, Flight to the Ford, and it is, strikingly, terrifyingly, the final chapter of Book 1 within that volume, which means we're roughly 1/6 of the way through the entire story. But don't worry, we'll still have the appendices to cover after that. Before we get to the chapter, though, we're going to take a moment to get to know Rob a little bit more. Last time, Rob, you told us how you first came to connect with Tolkien's works, and you told us that you think you're most like Merry as a character. But this time, can you tell us what is the location in Tolkien's legendarium in which you would most like to live or visit, and why?
Sure. Actually, this morning I was thinking I'm probably most like Barlin and Butterbur because I can't hardly remember anything. I think I've got a few friends who might say that, but
it's a bandwidth thing, right? It's just so much coming in, and there's just not time to process.
It really is. It really is. I love my wife, but it got worse when we got engaged. Like somehow my brain just knew, I can store data in somebody else, and ever since then it's been terrible. So
I know for me it got worse when I realized I couldn't keep all of my appointments and stuff just in my head or in a notepad, and I got my first smartphone. But that only just meant that I thought I could do everything, and now that thing is the bane of my existence. But anyway,
right
to the question.
Yes, to the question. So I would really like to see Numenor. It's there. We do get descriptions of it, but I don't know, when you take a journey like Frodo and Bilbo take through in their respective journeys through Middle Earth, right? You get to see these locations in the context of some sort of lived experience, whether they're there for very long or not. But we don't get that very much with Numenor. We get that with the tale of is it Arendis?
Yeah, Eldarion and Arendis. They're in Unfinished Tales.
Yeah, so we get a little bit with them there, but not nearly as much as I would like. I would really like to see the climb to Mount Meneltarma. I'd really like to see people walking around the name of the main city, which it escapes me, but I'd like to see them walk.
Armenelos?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
I'd love to see these kind of things happening, and just it's just tantalizingly out there, not quite where I want it, but yeah, I think that's what I'd like to see.
Yeah.
scratch that itch.
I agree with you completely. Unfinished Tales gives so many tantalizing hints, and I don't know if you remember Father Paul Hodge. I think it was on his first appearance on the podcast years ago with Father Andrew. He selected a passage, a description of the forests on the western side of the island, or the continent, I guess, really, because it's large. It's a lot larger than might think. With the description of all the trees, including the Malorn trees, and how they're all brought from Valinor, brought by the Eldar to bless and make Numenor this almost the blessed realm itself. And it's fascinating because that's where Lothlorien got their Malorn trees. They didn't have them initially, which is crazy to me that most elven of places receives that gift of those trees that characterize the whole forest by way of the Numenorians before their fall. I don't know how much you've dug into it, but I think we get little tidbits more in Tolkien's his time travel, work, both the Lost Road and then the Notion Club papers. I've read the Lost Road. I still haven't gotten to the Notion Club papers. I think I'm saving it for in the hopes that it will be a great joy to me. But
I have not read those yet, and I need to. So okay, that's good. All the more reason to.
Yeah. We have to say, although it should go without saying, the glimpses that we get of Numenor in the Rings of Power do not help at all. Thank you.
They don't help. And that was disappointing to me too. There's so many things to be disappointed about in that TV series, but I mean, I will say they tried. I feel like they tried, but it's not. I don't think it was a success.
No, I would give more credit to the behind the scenes people, to the crafts people that made the sets and the artifacts and so forth. That's the work they did. That vaguely Constantinopolitan sense you got of the city, that was pretty good. But the writers, oh my goodness, so sad. Anyway, yes, Numenor. Beautiful. Well, thank you for sharing that, and thank you for returning again to share your thoughts and to talk through all of this with me. I think this is as quickly as we've run through a getting to know a guest co-host for a long while, but it's time for us to move on to listener questions and comments. So we only have one this time, and it's from frequent contributor Cade Meinel, responding to a discussion that Deacon Seraphim and I had back in December about a previous missive he had sent. So now we're in a conversation. Basically, Cade had wanted to hear Deacon Seraphim and me discuss the Valar, especially in light of my much over-discussed thinking about Tom Bombadil's potential associations with the powers. So, Rob, would you read this note?
Certainly. And thank you, Kate. I think I read your message last time, too. Great. Dear Father Anthony, I found the discussion between you and Deacon Seraphim very interesting, and he did correctly identify what I was thinking in terms of the questions about Valar making the right call through various points in the Silmarillion. I do see more of your idea about maturing than before, but I would have to read through more of the Silmarillion again to see if that makes sense. I feel like maybe the Valar learn what works and what doesn't, but I'm not sure that there is any real indication of a maturing arc for them. Anyhow, I also liked Richard's point, Deacon Seraphim's point, about the limited ability to veil one's appearance as a Valar. I also think the strongest point against your idea is actually what Father Andrew said, that it seems implausible the One Ring would have no power at all with the Valar. I feel like the most we see of the Valar striving with the lower powers is actually Morgoth against the elves, which of course is not the best example because Morgoth had clearly weakened himself significantly in some ways by then. Still, It does not seem that Valar generally dismiss or ignore or defeat lower beings with such non-effort or non-recognition as Bombadil displays towards the ring. The principle seems that it would be likely a Vala could resist the draw to put on the ring at all, but especially with Aule's past mistakes, it seems like he put on the ring would have had to at least deal some kind of temptation. Anyway, always good to hear and be able to participate a bit in these conversations. So thanks again for reading through my comments and questions. In Christ, Cade. P.S. I will be traveling somewhere with actual hills soon as opposed to where I currently live, so we'll keep an eye out for the weather hills. P.P.S. I remember that you said that you already recorded the next episode on a knife in the dark, so I won't add a question for that chapter. P.P.P.S. In case it wasn't obvious, I'm just adding these postscripts for fun and as an allusion to Gandalf's letter. Thank you, Cade.
Very nice.
Yeah. And Cade, if I butchered your letter, I apologize. I'm dealing with a cold and not at my best, but thank you for your thoughts. So I listened, Father Anthony, to the last several episodes. Your episode with Father Timothy isn't out yet, so I haven't had a chance to listen to that. But as far as your other guests are concerned, I think they all had really good thoughts. But one theme that came up a lot with each of them was they used the word seems a lot. And one of the things I was taught when I was in school, this is just the way my English professor was always be careful of the word seems. There's something there. And so what it sort of revolved around was it just didn't seem to your other guests like the kind of behavior that they would expect of a Valar in one way or another.
Yeah.
And I think that's fair. But what it betrays, and not because your guests haven't studied or anything like that, but because there's just not a lot of material, is that we don't know a lot about the Valar. And I think what we're doing is we're often mapping our impressions about what the Valar must be like, maybe because of our own readings in mythology or our experience in the church with angels and whatnot. They map these impressions onto the Valar and have certain expectations about how they're going to behave thereafter. And that may be right, that may be wrong, but I don't I don't find that I don't find if I'm using the word seems, I know I'm in the realm of opinion.
Yeah, it's by definition a subjective response, which is fair, but
yeah, but it's not necessarily evidence. And this is important because if we're talking about, as we are today, lore, we really should ask ourselves what we know about the Valar. And I think too, like, we really need to ask what we know as opposed to what we think we know. And I think the reference to Aule's history in this message is a good example, because in the story, Aule creates the dwarves, and then Eru approaches him about this and chastises him a bit, and Aule immediately repents, going so far as to be ready to destroy the dwarves, but Eru stops him and shows him that actually he's given them life. And I think it's easy for us as human beings to read into Aule our own experience as sinful human beings, right? This can easily scan as the story of a sinful servant coming to repentance and being restored to faithfulness. But I think if we read carefully, and I wanted to take a look at the actual text before we got on today. I just didn't have a chance to. So it's entirely possible that what I'm going to say is complete garbage. Listener, please keep me honest here. But the way I recall the story, Aule creates the dwarves out of love and imitation for Eru, and excitement for the creation that he knows is going to continue to happen with the coming of the Eldar and men.
Right. He's so impatient. He's so eager to see them. He tries to do something similar himself.
Right. And so when Eru approaches him, I don't think that he is chastising is probably still correct, but I think what he's really doing is testing Aule to see if he will, love too much the works of his hands, right? Because this is a theme that we get all throughout. And the thing that's different about Aule than Feanor and other characters is that he doesn't love too much the works of his hand. He loves his master.
Yeah.
So we have Aule is a faithful servant who is tested by his master, found to remain faithful, and Aule blesses his work as a result.
Or Iluvatar blesses Aule's work.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Iluvatar blesses Aule's work. And so I think, it's obviously the we are closer in nature, if you will, to the Valar than we are to Eru.
Yeah.
But we are still so far removed from the Valar that we have to be careful about seeming when we're trying to understand how they're interacting in Middle Earth.
Sure.
Because there's some level to which we are never going to be able to quite appreciate what they're doing.
Sure. If we can steal a line from some other Ancient Faith podcasters, we don't know what it is to be a bat, much less a vast cosmic intelligence.
That's right. I was thinking about that when I was sitting on this. So, but I think it's I think considering the Valar and their actions in Middle Earth can be a very fruitful meditation when we're thinking about the Lord of the Rings or the Silmarillion or whatever it may be. But whether it's this story or any story where we are considering the work of vast cosmic intelligence, I think we do need to be careful about mapping human behavior, human emotions to them, because I think things different.
Yeah. I appreciate those thoughts there. I appreciate your, you've been very gracious with my theory, especially because it was first talking with you that, we agreed we aren't going to make any conclusions, and then I completely went off. Yeah, it gets into a little bit of I think, what was Deacon Seraphim's ultimate argument against the idea that it's functionally non-falsifiable. There's no evidence that necessitates it. At least he would assert so. I'm not sure I agree. And there's certainly nothing that makes it definitive. And the same arguments in favor of it could apply to others. Notably, he said even Ungoliant. Ungoliant could be, Tom Bombadil. Because Ungoliant also is not, controlled by the power of, precious, things made with art, such as the Silmarils. You could go in that direction. I think it's worth reflecting a little bit on that question of what does the maturing arc look like for the Valar? Because we don't see much of that, except for with Aule and Yavanna. And especially Aule gets a little bit of an arc. Because specifically of the story with the dwarves. And as you say, how we read that, we need to be very careful we're not transferring our own experience of sin and repentance to that. And also, we need to be conscious that this is a story that is told within the legendarium, by another narrator. This is the story of Aule through the lens, through the understanding of the elves, presumably the lore of Elrond as recorded by Bilbo, which then adds additional points for calling into question the precision and the precision of the narrative and our understanding of the narrative. But if we're talking about the character arc of the Valar, besides that very specific example of Aule himself, we're going to see the most development in the course of the Ainulindale at the very beginning, where there is a great deal of development, and it's intended so that it should be. Because, what he says, you shall each, this is like the first page of the Silmarillion. He says so Ilúvatar says to the Valar, of the theme I have declared to you, I will now that ye make in harmony together a great music. And since I have kindled you with the flame imperishable, you shall show forth your powers in adorning this theme, each with his own thoughts and devices, if he will. And then they make the music, and they weave their thoughts together. There's already learning, there's already development in that. Moving a little bit forward through, Melkor's, discordant theme all the way through the third theme and the end of the strife. But then he makes, he brings them out into the void, and Ilúvatar says to them, behold your music. And he showed to them a vision, giving them sight where before was only hearing. And they saw that a new world was made visible before them, and it was globed amid the void, and it was sustained therein, but was not of it. And as they looked and wondered, this world began to unfold its history, and it seemed to them it lived and grew. When the Ainur had gazed a while and were silent, Ilúvatar said again, behold your music. This is your minstrelsy, and each of you shall find contained herein, amid the design that I set before you, all those things which it may seem that he himself devised or added. But throughout the whole Silmarillion, he continues to talk about how they remembered what they had sung, and they saw it playing out, that each of them had their own part in it, but they cooperated together in different ways. And going back just to the very brief narrative of the music itself, the first theme, it's all them. And then Melkor's discord. And the second theme, again, Ilúvatar gives a theme, and they're singing, but Melkor's discord comes again. The third theme, the sense that the Ainur themselves are singing is receding. They're doing less and less, and this is now Ilúvatar's song through the children of Ilúvatar, as it seems, as I read it. And then the final chord is his and his alone. So in effect, the Ainur are singing throughout the Ainulindale with unseen singers, all of the firstborn and the latecomers, whose voices are now present, as it seems, although they're not created yet. So that sense of the Valar decreasing is baked in from the very beginning, and the whole course of the Silmarillion sees them doing so to one degree or another. And in a sense, that would be where I would quibble a little bit. Of course, he's not here. I don't want to argue with Deacon Seraphim in his absence. But because so much of the narrative of the Silmarillion is the intentional withholding, the restraining of the power of the Valar, giving over the lordship of Middle-earth to Ilúvatar, specifically in that moment of the downfall of Númenor, but moving forward throughout. Again, it doesn't necessitate that Tom Bombadil should be Aule, but that really striking scene where he's the only person who ever holds the ring who is not drawn by it, not controlled by it. Father Andrew had said that it seemed implausible even a Vala would have, that the ring would have no effect over them. But a Vala who has understood the assignment, as it were, who has embraced they must increase and we must decrease. What is there left in such a Vala for the ring to control? Again, that doesn't establish Aule, but sorry, and now I'm running off with your point. We need to be careful of what we think seems accurate, because when we look at the Valar, we're seeing figures that, are outside of time, outside of Middle Earth, and yet have come into it to have a narrative, to have a character arc that is fundamentally decreasing and finding finally their lordship, their mastery, their rule of Arda fulfilled and perfected in humility, which is a very Christian concept.
Yes.
So, at any rate,
I'll just add one more comment. Deacon Seraphim, if you're listening, you made an argument that I found very compelling and convincing, but back to my Butterbur comment from earlier, I can't remember what it was. But just so you know, at the time, I was firmly convinced. Today, though, all bets are off.
No. Since you bring up his argument, I do have to quibble. And again, Deacon Seraphim, I hope you listen, because then you can come back and we can talk about this. Gandalf never says that he had talked with Bombadil before. I'm going to quote exactly what Gandalf says. If you would know, this is from the last couple pages before the Scouring of the Shire, I am turning aside soon. I am going to have a long talk with Bombadil, such a talk as I have not had in all my time. He is a moss gatherer, and I have been a stone doomed to rolling. But my rolling days are ending, and now we shall have much to say to one another. Now, I think his point was Gandalf would know if Tom Bombadil were Aule, but not if they've not talked before at all. Now, that's not what Gandalf has. He says he hasn't had such a talk with Bombadil in all his time. But that's ambiguous. It could be he's never talked with him. He's just avoided him. He's given him a wide berth. It could be he's talked, but it's always been, in passing. But Gandalf now has figured something out. Whether Tom Bombadil is who I think he is or not, I think Tolkien's insistence that Bombadil is not improved by speculation on who he is, I can't understand or figure out what he means by that, because every time Bombadil comes up, it's like he's poking at us. Come on, figure it out. There's something here. There's a mystery. There's something going on. Anyway, it bothers me.
Yeah. I would say, I think I mentioned it briefly when we talked about it in August. I would say there is another really important point about the Bombadil episode that has parallels in the stay in Lothlorien and Amon Hen. And Bombadil serves a parallel but distinct role compared to Galadriel and Faramir.
Yeah.
And I think that I think that to me is the most important functional part of the story, aside from any sort of hidden identity he might have. Which, if that's to the extent that might be true, I would agree with Tolkien in his saying that Tom Bombadil isn't improved by these kinds of investigations into his identity. But there's a whole lot more of Lord of the Rings to go before we get to those episodes and we can explore that. So
yeah, in a certain sense, what you bring up there is kind of the crux of my challenge, my struggle, because we see these themes, we see these figures repeat time and again, but we have the backstory for all the rest of them. Tolkien spends he pours immense effort into developing a backstory for these figures. So his denial of a backstory to Bombadil, I think, can only be one of two things. I'm going to make a logical statement, and it probably doesn't, but let's run with it for now, and then someone can. Either this is his stand to say Not everything needs a backstory. Just stop it already. Speaking to himself, and maybe speaking to his readers, but largely to himself, because he gets so stuck on this stuff. Either it's the one, Tom Bombadil is the one figure that has no backstory, gets no backstory, needs no backstory, or the backstory is so huge, so important, so revelatory of the entire thing that it must be hidden from everyone within the story. And in terms of absolute certainty, must be hidden from us as well, because it is like it touches on the ultimate mystery of not just the sub-created reality, but reality itself. Which is, again, the part where the connection potentially between Owly and Bombadil, I don't feel like it's quite there, but it niggles at the edge of my mind. There's something there that feels like it could be that grand of an illumination, at any rate.
We may never know, but one thing we will always know about Tom is old Tom Bombadil is a merry fellow. Bright blue his jacket is, and his boots are yellow.
Glory to God. At least we have some certainty.
Yes.
The other thing we really should say, because we're talking about lore here. Everything we're dealing with here, your point about what it seems to be the case, it does touch on what's going to be the larger theme of our episode here, and that is, was it Edgar Allan Poe that did The Raven? Many a volume of forgotten lore.
Yeah.
I'm getting it wrong.
Yeah, and then he follows while I pondered nearly napping, so you can tell what he thinks of lore.
Right, and on the one hand, dear listener, you may have just skipped forward the last 20 minutes of talking about this Bombadil again. Shut up, Father Anthony. But this is the underpinning. The stuff we're discussing is the superstructure, the substructure rather, of the entire legendarium, and it comes through frequently in the story. Sometimes just for the sake of giving color and shape to the story, because it is a novel, but oftentimes to invite deeper reflection and provide deeper insights, not just into the story itself, but into reality. Those are my off-the-cuff thoughts about the lore of the matter. What would you want to add, Rob, here as maybe a teaser for the rest of our conversation?
I agree, but I think the thing that always bothers me about leaning too heavily on what we know in 2026 is the fact that in 1954, the only people who knew this were Tolkien, Christopher, Michael, maybe a handful of other people, right? And so there is some disconnection between the story here and all of that background lore. That doesn't mean we can't use it, and I love using it because I think it's beautiful. But I think that also means that we need to be cautious in how we approach it, right? So when Aragorn is reciting the Lay of Lathian, we can go back and we can sort of pinpoint in time when that's being written because Christopher helped us out with all of that, and so we know which version he's reading, right? But I think all of us remember our favorite version of it, right? And that's not necessarily bad. I think that enriches our experience, but I think it should be humbling for us to recognize that we probably know less than we think we know, even though we have all this other information with us, because as human beings, we are prone to, we absolutely come to every reading of the text with our own prior experiences. Here's my inner Derrida coming out. Apologies, listener, but this is just the way it is. So I have a favorite reading of the Lay of Leithian. I have a favorite reading of different episodes that come through in the Silmarillion that I can't quite remember if that's the Silmarillion version or if that's the Lost Tales version or if that's the the new glossy Fall of Gondolin version that what's going on. And so if I'm going to particularly if I'm the kind of person who I'm not anymore, but once upon a time I was, get online and start arguing with people and being really strident, maybe I should calm down a little bit because I'm probably missing something.
Right. This is the danger of the fanboy.
Absolutely.
And the reminder, at the end of the day, this is a story. Yep. And Tolkien didn't publish all that background. He published The Lord of the Rings in 3 volumes because his publishers required him to do it that way after great agony. And ultimately he wrote it because they wouldn't. But here I go again. He published what he published. And if we lose sight of the story as he gave it to us, then at a certain point we're falling into Gandalf's trap. He who breaks a thing to find what it is has left the path of wisdom.
Yeah, agreed.
And maybe that's the reason I should just lay off on Bombadil and Aule. Because anyway, with that, I think we should move on. Cade, thank you for continuing to write in. Thank you all. That is all we've got for questions and comments today. But please feel free to send more to us at amonsul@ancientfaith.com. You can message us on the Facebook page. You can message us with a comment on YouTube, and you will very likely hear it on an episode to come. Congratulations, and hey, this is great is fine, but your own theories, your own thoughts, your own arguments, those are the things that we can read. I'm not so desperate that I'm going to read 15 people saying, Father Anthony, you're amazing. Maybe I should read the one who says, you doofus, reading religion into Lord of the Rings, what's wrong with you? But anyway. Remember, please, we're also always looking for new photograph submissions of landscapes that resemble Weathertop and the Weather Hills, approaching it, so that we can feature them on YouTube during the podcast opening there. If you live or work or commute under the shadow of Amon Sûl, please share a photo with us. So, this brings us to the main portion of our episode today. We've brought Rob back to the podcast to discuss the Hobbit's final push through the empty land surrounding Weathertop to reach Rivendell before Frodo succumbs to his wound. As always, we provide an outline of the chapter at the beginning, but before we read that, we'll urge you all to pause, go back, and read the chapter yourselves before we proceed. So, go. And are you back? Excellent. Here's the outline, and Rob, since you drafted it this time, why don't you walk us through it?
Thank you, Father Anthony. I tried when I was writing this to channel my inner Father Anthony, so we'll let the listener decide how well I did. All right, flight to the ford, the outline. Frodo awakens, wounded, but being tended beside a fire. We learn Frodo's companions saw only shapes, not the pale ancient men Frodo saw. Frodo had vanished, but was found when he was tripped over by someone in the company. Aragorn returns from his scouting. He does not yet know where the Black Riders are, suspecting that they fled because they were not in full force, and that they will strike again in the coming night. The riders expect Frodo to no longer put up a fight due to his wound. Aragorn is hopeful Frodo will resist the effects of the curse/poison. Aragorn leaves again to forage for Athelas. Returning, he finds a cloak and the notched blade with which Frodo was stabbed. The blade instantly melts when Aragorn handles it. We learn the name Elbereth was deadly to them. We learn the blade was cursed. We learn this particular curse is beyond Aragorn's lore. Yet Aragorn has some lore to soothe Frodo for now. We are introduced to Athelas for the first time, which apparently gives off a healing aroma when steeped. The company leaves Weathertop. The company on the move, the effects of Frodo's wounds gradually return as they travel. At the last bridge over Horwell, Aragorn does some reconnaissance and finds a barrel or elf stone. Aragorn takes this as a sign the bridge is safe to cross. Frodo begins to reckon they are in the vicinity where Bilbo had his adventure with the trolls, Tom, Bert, and Bill. He wonders if they will pass by the spot. Aragorn gives a brief account of Angmar's attack of this land long ago. The hobbits are astonished that he knows so much, but he assures them all the heirs of Elendil do not forget all things past. Aragorn alludes to his former residency in Rivendell. The weather begins to turn. The company is anxious for Frodo and tries to avoid more strenuous paths where they can. Frodo dreams of the Shire. In his dream, the Shire is less clear than the tall black shadows that stood looking over the hedge. The weather begins to clear. Aragorn announces they have veered off course and are now in troll country. Frodo's left arm is now lifeless. His side and shoulder feel icy. Soon a mist will begin to obscure his sight. Pippin finds a path leading to a troll hold, which appears abandoned. Soon after, Pippin finds actual trolls, which turn out to be the petrified remains of the trolls Bilbo encountered so many years before. The spirits rise upon the realization, aided by the clearing weather, and Sam sings his troll song. We learn Bilbo gave away all the troll gold he and the dwarves found, since it was taken by robbers. Back on the East Road, the company meets Glorfindel, an elf lord sent from Rivendell. He is one of a few sent out to find the company and, if necessary, resist the 9 Black Riders. Glorfindel puts Frodo on his horse Asfalath, and the company continues to ride on. As the company approaches the fort of Bruinen, they begin to hear galloping horses. Glorfindel commands his horse to fly, but the horse hesitates, evidently being commanded to wait by the wraiths. Frodo draws his sword, raising it in defiance. Again, Glorfindel commands Asfalath to run swiftly in Sindarin, and Asfalath takes off. As he's being chased, Frodo can now see his pursuers clearly, though he is not wearing the ring. One rider comes close enough to breathe on him, and Frodo feels it as though a deathly cold pierced him like a spear. Asfalath crosses the Bruinen with Frodo. The riders gather at the opposite bank. Frodo tries to command the wraiths to return to Mordor, but to no avail. He commands them in the names of Elbereth and Luthien, at which the leader, apparently by some evil magic, causes Frodo's mouth to be stopped. Frodo's sword breaks. As the wraiths cross, the Bruinen swells with water and debris, and a cavalry of waves, which washes the wraiths away. As Frodo swoons, he sees a shining figure of white light. Finally, Frodo falls unconscious, and the chapter ends.
What are your thoughts, just in general, on this whole on the sweep of this chapter? Then, Rob, that's excellent.
Thank you. I think this chapter, for those people who have a hard time with Lord of the Rings as a sort of a walking book, I think this chapter is case in point, right? Yeah. Because there's a lot of walking. Yeah. They're not in any one place in particular, and we don't see any real gritty action until the end. That said, there are some really striking parallels geographically and in how Tolkien ties them together with the story to the chapter 3 of The Hobbit, mm-hmm. that I think are interesting. And I think, as we're going to talk about in a bit, this gives us a lot of really interesting hints about lore and what lore does. And it sets up how we might think about lore through the rest of the book. This is probably not going to make anybody's top 10 favorite chapters, but there's a lot of important things that happen here. A lot of like I said, interesting hints that allow people, if they want to dive into them. And of course, there's the troll song, and who doesn't love the troll song?
Yeah. Not to get into it, but originally the troll song was supposed to be the song that Frodo sang in the Prancing Pony, because there was no Sam along in the first version, but eventually it got transferred here once there was a Sam to sing it. I did have one. I think it may be ambiguous. I read the final section differently. I don't. My sense was that it wasn't the horse that was hesitating for some reason, commanded by the wraiths, but that Frodo. Like the idea would be Frodo's in command of the reins. He's telling the horse to go forward or not. Glorfindel tells him ride on fast. Frodo's under the influence of the wraiths, and then Glorfindel commands the horse in Sindarin, and it basically says, "Stop listening to your rider. Do what I tell you to do." I'm not sure I'm right. I'm intrigued by the alternative reading that you have there.
It's interesting. I wrote this several weeks ago, and I came back just in the last couple of days, and taking breaks from work here and there, just going over the script, and I read that. I was like, "Is that what I wrote?" because my impression from a distance is just what you said, right? That it's Frodo who is responding to the command of the Lord of the Nazgul, and but it's interesting that I wrote it the way I wrote it, and it might be worth exploring a little bit when we get there. But part of me, I don't know, I would wonder, this is pure speculation, but would a completely obedient horse obey Frodo? If he's got this bond with Glorfindel, would he care at all what Frodo's doing aside from trying to keep him safe?
Sure.
Safe. I don't know. So, but I sort of had the same kind of hesitation when I read this earlier this week. But I thought, no, I'll just leave it and see what happens.
Sure, because it's funny the way that the text strikes us. And it's kind of, as you said, we didn't have all the background. We just had, how do we read it the first time with all the pronunciations and their variations. And there's something beautiful and precious about that.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you. It's nice to have someone else do the outline for once.
Glad to help.
With that covered, this has usually been the part of the show where we discuss the earlier drafts from the history of Middle-earth and how the story developed. What's really shocking to me is that almost nothing actually changes in this part of the story. Even the Athalas is present in the versions with Trotter, the wooden shoe-wearing hobbit. Glorfindel is present with that name. Really, most of what changes is really the subtle changes of the geography, as Tolkien's sense of the land approaching Rivendell takes a clearer shape. This gives us a chance to discuss instead the topic that you proposed, the topic of lore. This is something we could, of course, talk about with any chapter of Lord of the Rings, but to my surprise, I think this chapter is very well suited to the topic. It's part of that is that it's in this chapter that previously unimagined vistas start to open up for us. We see the Athalas, we see the melting Morgul knife, we see more tidbits about Arnor and Angmar. We see the reference again to the Valar. This is, I think, the third time only that we see the name of Elbereth, with the first being with Gildor in Woody End, and the second just as Frodo is stabbed in the previous chapter. I don't know if we've actually got an explanation of who she is in any of those cases. But anyway, along with that, we also get this growing knowledge that Aragorn carries a great deal of lore in his mind and frankly in his very person, and also in the sheath of his sword, which is broken. And for the moment, all of these are artifacts that, for all we know, they could just be textual ruins, like the cats of Queen Beruthiel that are explained nowhere else. Or Tom Bombadil. Sorry. That's not the case for any of these that we've mentioned. They all function more like foreshadowings. They're our first encounter with material that will be revealed to a much greater extent as we read on through the story. They're like the visible tips of icebergs, with the vast bulk of the berg hidden in the depths. So, but for all that, the vast bulk is definitely there. That's kind of the direction I was starting to go off into, just with lore in this chapter. But how would you approach the question of defining lore and its significance, Rob?
Yeah, I've been thinking about this for a while. I see lore as the collected wisdom that's actionable within a given context. I've written this out and said it any number of hundreds of ways, but I think the important parts are collected wisdom is actionable, is within a given context, and it's often expressed in some sort of narrative, some story, some song, some sort of ritual. And I, as a former educator, lore is a really interesting concept to me. So I taught English literature, and so I had one discipline, right? But lore is interdisciplinary, if you will, right? It's going to learn about the properties of Athelas, perhaps by somebody learning a poem, right? A person who's going to become a healer is going to learn poetry. A person who's going to become a healer is going to learn history. And it's not just one thing, right? This isn't Gandalf did not go to Hogwarts, right? He didn't take classes.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Right. He didn't take classes in how to wave his wand. He didn't take classes in how to summon fire, because
from Tom Bombadil.
Not even from Tom Bombadil, because that's not how we really learn.
Yeah.
We learn through experience, and that's certainly the case here. When you think about Athelas as an example, as far as I can tell, unimportant to Aragorn, the chemical properties that make Athelas do what it does. But what is important to Aragorn is, first of all, what it does, but he also needs to know how to find it, right? And he knows how to find it because it has this connection to the Númenóreans who came and camped at various areas, right? So when he goes to one of these places where Athelas is growing, there were human beings who may or may not have been his ancestors, relatives, distant relatives, however, maybe there at some point in time that had brought this over with them. And there's a connection to this history,
right,
that he belongs to.
Yeah.
And it goes all the way back to Beren and Luthien. And you cannot separate Athelas from that history. And when you try, right, like when we see with it's not Aerith. Aerith is the
she's the wise woman. Yeah,
she's the wise woman. But the healer that she brings in to consult.
I think
right?
the master of the houses of healing doesn't get a name. But
that sounds right to me. But he says, "Oh, it's just a poem. Right?
It's just an old wives' tale,
And when you forget the poetry, or you ignore the poetry, you lose the lore.
Yeah,
you lose the important thing that you're supposed to know. So we're going to see some really interesting episodes in this chapter, and there are more than I think we're going to have time to cover. But where this idea of connecting these pieces together to understand their significance in the given context is far more important than knowing a lot about plants.
Right. Yeah. I like the way you're going, especially connecting the poetry, the songs to the idea of lore, because that is what we see throughout the books. I remember, I guess, two examples. Gandalf when he's riding with Pippin, and after the issue with the Palantir, and Pippin hears him humming, what tall ships and tall kings, 3 times 3, what brought they from the founded land over the flowing sea. 7 stars and 7 stones and 1 white tree, which, on the one hand seems kind of like nonsense. Like, well, what is that the most important thing they brought? Surely the most important thing that they brought was the surviving faithful to establish now a kingdom of Numenorians in the land. But the rhyme says 7 stars, which is the kingship, presumably, and 7 stones, which are these. Well, frankly, I know the rhyme, but I haven't chewed on it enough to really have a clear sense. Why are those important? Except that they reference the thing that they just found, and then the white tree, which again is the connection with the Valar. But maybe the 7 stones because they're from Fëanor. Anyway, I didn't mean to get in that, but that's how Gandalf is mulling this over. He's going over the poem to himself, reflecting on what has happened, what's going to happen, how all of these things are converging together. The other time we actually see lore used is within the poem is when the hobbits meet Treebeard, right? Learn now the lore of the living creatures. Whom.
Well, and also the how the ring is identified.
Oh, true, right.
And
one ring to rule them all. Yeah.
Exactly, and Gandalf goes into a bit of the history. I can't remember how much he goes into there versus the Council of Elrond, but there is that connection to Celebrimbor and to the Elven rings and all that kind of stuff. So it's we'll definitely see more of it as we go on. But while you can talk about herb lore, which certainly comes up, and ring lore and different kinds of lore, I think it's important to recognize that these are all interconnected in some way.
Yeah.
Herb lore is not just botany. Herb lore is history, it's magic, it's everything having some significance with herbs.
Sure. And you don't learn how to actually grow plants in a classroom. You might learn what to call them and what the chemical compositions are, but that doesn't give you a green thumb. That doesn't, help you keep the darn things alive. That has to be learned by experience, or perhaps by poetry that sums up what is essential. Anyway, I think it's also worth at this point providing a little bit of etymology on the subject. I don't have a jingle like Father Andrew does, but I can give the etymology. So lore is the modern English version of the Old English lar, L-A-R, which means that which is taught, knowledge, science, doctrine, art, or even the act of teaching. It has cognates in the other Germanic languages, all of them deriving, as it seems, from the reconstructed Proto-Indo-European lois, meaning a furrow or track. It's the noun that relates to the verb for learn in Old English, leornian, which means to get knowledge, to be cultivated, study, read, think aloud. And the Proto-Germanic word from which it derives, which I think would be pronounced lisnojanan, has the base sense of to follow or to find the track, which I really like, because we're getting in the groove. Old English also had a related verb, laran, which means to teach or to learn in the transitive sense. I'll learn you. With that said, I like your definition as it's because it's not a dictionary. It's how do we experience this? And it reflects on how that learning is accomplished and what the process looks like. With the emphasis being on experience on the one hand, a lived experience, and poetry on the other, both of which we receive. Poetry, we receive as a type of experience. It's somewhat distinct from other more brute force forms of memorization. The lore that's contained in a poem or a song that is memorized, it functions rather like the memory of a walk through a forest. It can be pored over after the fact, like we see Gandalf doing. Like a task we've done many times, we can kind of think our way through it. Or a journey we retrace after many years. I just finished reading aloud the journey through Moria with my daughter, and the way that Gandalf's struggle to remember all of the words that he'd known to open the gates, and then to remember the path he'd gone through. I think it dovetails nicely with his experience and my experience of trying to remember the exact words of a poem, with the meter and the rhyme being an aid to, how did that go? I have the pattern in my head. There we go. Okay, I've got it refreshed again. Any thoughts you'd like to add on that, or anything else, Rob?
Yeah, I want to get into also, because it's going to be important later when we talk about the troll song, the different levels of lore, right? There's this sort of formal lore that I think Aragorn and Gandalf in particular own, right? They know all the poems. And then there is the local sort of family lore, which we're going to talk a little bit about the trolls. And I think the key point is how the lore, the thing that we're learning, connects with experience. And so one of my favorite experiences from when I was a teacher is, when you're reading poetry with a bunch of teenagers, right? There are a lot of different things that sort of spark conversation, right? Because a lot of poems have to do with, that you would read in English class, have to do with things that teenagers experience, love and loss, and all that kind of stuff. So we're just going along, and there's this young lady sitting in the back, just grumpy, and just giving her space. And then at some point, she just stops, slams her hands on the desk, and says, "Mr. Clark." "Yes, Jamie." "Do you know what I hate?" "No, Jamie, I don't know what you hate. I hate it when I'm on the phone with my boyfriend and we're having a fight, and I hang up the phone and he doesn't call me back." And all of the guys in the room, including myself, were like, and all the young ladies in the room were like, "Yeah, huh?" And first of all, I think all of us guys learned an important lesson. I won't go into any more detail about that, but there's an important lesson to learn about interacting with the significant women in our lives. But also, that stayed with me, right? Because it was such a bizarre moment, right? And it informed later interactions that I had with women, potentially significant women, and things like that. And it made me think about what's happening in this given moment. Not that, Jamie, if you're listening, I doubt you are, but if you're listening, thank you. But not that I'm going to take the word of an adolescent young woman as like the way to deal with women, but it gives me a sense that I need to be more cautious before I think I understand what's happening.
Right. The obvious, okay, she has hung up on me, therefore she does not want to talk to me, does not necessarily follow that is in fact what's going on.
Right. And if I were just having this conversation with a buddy of mine, this would not land.
Yeah.
Right. But because the experience was so striking, it became at least a node in whatever sort of collection of wisdom I may or may not have that I could use going forward.
Right.
And in some very minor sense, that too is lore. And I think we will see that when we talk about the troll poem. But I want to make sure I throw out there this idea of various levels of lore and how we interact with them.
Sure. A story, a poem, a lived experience, a vignette, but something that's so intense, so striking, so unusual, and one of those things that instantly becomes a story,
Yep.
and it's instantly, added to the collection of, well, frankly, of lore that is now a lens through which future situations can be viewed. and shared, and then it becomes, it could become a proverb, it could become a story, it could become a song over time. It, yeah, beautiful. All of this that we're saying, I mean, we should probably get into the chapter, but it reminds me of, and because you're an English teacher, I'm sure you'll have thoughts on this. The so-called four. I honestly don't know how this is traditionally and formally referred to, but the four layers or levels of interpretation, especially of a scriptural text, right? The literal or historical, the allegorical, the moral, or
anagogical,
and then finally the anagogical or eschatological, as it were. Because I've been reflecting a lot about that as well, and it seems like that's present also, in the lore. The poem, you have the story, you have the experience. You feel like you know what it means at the base level, but then it can be applied to other situations in an analogical or an allegorical sense. You can learn lessons from that if those lessons need to be applied. But then sometimes there is that revelatory moment that I was kind of hinting at about with the question of, why does Tolkien refuse to engage with the question of who Tom Bombadil is? That's the sort of thing that makes one look for an anagogical revelation, a light bulb moment that entirely recasts everything that we've known, everything that we've seen. And even, I feel like even that range of readings, of understandings, is part and parcel of learning, of lore, knowing how to read, how to apply any piece of information, and how even if you find a meaningful or a helpful reading of a situation or of a poem or of a memory, that doesn't therefore negate that there are other readings, other meanings, other elements of significance that can be drawn.
I think you're right. I think there's one thing I would add to that, though. Mm-hmm. So you are looking at lore through a basic assumption that most people are decent and will do decent things with the lore, right? Which I think is mostly true. But one of the things we see in Lord of the Rings and in life is that people with the same lore do vastly different things with it.
True.
They take and it's not that they're ignorant by any means, right? But Saruman, I think, is the best example, right? He knows full well what the good is. Based on this lore, but he also realizes that this lore signifies that he has an opportunity to take power for himself. Mm-hmm. And he uses that lore for evil purposes. And this is not an idea I've explored in any great depth, but I think there is a different level of responsibility for people who have different levels of lore for how they treat that lore and what they do with that lore. And just because there's a range in how you can read the lore or use the lore doesn't mean all points along that range are good. And I think if someone is one of the wise and good, such as Gandalf and Aragorn, encounters someone who's among the wise and evil, they will know that much more about who their adversary is and take their adversary that much more seriously, whereas they might have some greater level of mercy or pity on someone who is also down the road of evil but doesn't necessarily have that lore. I think Smeagol is a great example of that, right? he knows things, or he's not completely ignorant, but he doesn't have that same level of lore, and so he's more pitiable
Right.
than Saruman. Though of course even Frodo pities Saruman at the end, which I think is beautiful. But I do think there is a range to how we use the lore, and I think for the most part that range is okay. But there is that tipping point where someone can take the lore and realize the significance it can have if they want to use it a particular way.
Right. Going back to what the etymological meaning at the base root, lore being following a path. You know where the path goes. The path can go in the right direction, and it can also go in the wrong direction. And therefore, the wise are those who use it carefully and cautiously with discernment. Very nice. Anything else?
Probably.
Well, why don't we let it come up as we go through the chat?
There you go.
So, I think we'll start by reading Aragorn's words upon his return from foraging at dawn. Now, remembering, Aragorn leaves twice. Once immediately after they find Frodo to try to figure out where the Black Riders have gone. But it's only when he comes back, he finds that Frodo is wounded. And then he goes out the second time, and we realize he's been foraging. He's been looking for the Athalas. So, Rob, would you begin for us, and then I'll continue so you can give your thoughts first about the passage.
Sure. Let me make sure I'm in the right place.
Should be look, he cried. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Look, he cried, and stooping, he lifted from the ground a black cloak that had lain there hidden by the darkness. A foot above the lower hem there was a slash. This was a stroke of Frodo's sword, he said. The only hurt that it did to his enemy, I fear, for it is unharmed, but all blades perished that pierced that dreadful king. More deadly to him was the name of Elbereth. And more deadly to Frodo was this. He stooped again and lifted up a long, thin knife. There was a cold gleam in it. As Strider raised it, they saw that near the end its edge was notched and the point was broken off. But even as he held it up, in the growing light, they gazed in astonishment, for the blade seemed to melt and vanished like a smoke in the air, leaving only the hilt in Strider's hand. Alas, he cried, it was this accursed knife that gave the wound. Few now have the skill and healing to match such evil weapons, but I will do what I can. He sat down on the ground, and taking the dagger hilt, laid it on his knees, and he sang over it a slow song in a strange tongue. Then, setting it aside, he turned to Frodo, and in a soft tone spoke words the others could not catch. From the pouch at his belt, he drew out the long leaves of a plant.
And then I'll continue. These leaves, he said, I have walked far to find, for this plant does not grow in the bare hills, but in the thickets away south of the road. I found it in the dark by the scent of its leaves. He crushed a leaf in his fingers, and it gave out a sweet and pungent fragrance. It is fortunate that I could find it, for it is a healing plant that the men of the West brought to Middle-earth. Athalas, they named it, and it grows now sparsely and only near places where they dwelt or camped of old. And it is not known in the north except to some of those who wander in the wild. It has great virtues, but over such a wound as this, its healing powers may be small. He threw the leaves into boiling water and bathed Frodo's shoulder. The fragrance of the steam was refreshing, and those that were unhurt felt their minds calmed and cleared. The herb had also some power over the wound, for Frodo felt the pain and also the sense of frozen cold lessen in his side. But the life did not return to his arm, and he could not raise or use his hand. He bitterly regretted his foolishness, and reproached himself for weakness of will, for he now perceived that in putting on the ring he obeyed not his own desire, but the commanding wish of his enemies. He wondered if he would remain maimed for life, and how they would now manage to continue their journey. He felt too weak to stand.
Yeah, so here, of course, we get the first introduction of Aragorn as some sort of lore master, although he says that he doesn't have the most masterful grasp of lore. And But we do learn some interesting things here. We learn some lore ourselves. We learn about the name Elbereth and that it's more deadly than knives to the Nazgul.
Yeah.
We learn that swords can be magical, and this one is cursed. We see Aragorn performing some ritual.
Mm-hmm.
We don't get a lot of insight into what the ritual is, but he's singing a song in a strange tongue. And I thought, as you were reading that, I thought it was interesting. Or did I read it? I can't remember who read it. Somebody read it, and I thought it was interesting that the phrase used there is strange tongue.
Mm-hmm.
This means it's a tongue that Frodo, if we consider the frame, because he's written all this down, it's a tongue that Frodo doesn't recognize.
Or maybe it's Sam, because he says, he says he turned to Frodo and spoke words the others couldn't catch. So apparently Frodo didn't record those, and Sam. Anyway, it's an interesting question. But regardless, your point stands.
Yeah, and even so, though, I think Sam might. Maybe he wouldn't. This is just me speculating, but I wonder if he would recognize Elvish as Elvish.
Sure.
Or but it's on some level it's strange, or it's alien to whoever's writing to probably Sam. To your point, it's alien to Sam's experience. Yeah. But Aragorn has this. Where he came by this, again, probably not Hogwarts. We don't know, but at least not yet. And he's singing a sword. And again, this is where the idea of lore is so important. It's not that Aragorn is just some great herbalist. It's not that he is a doctor of any kind, but he's taking what he knows about he's going to take the Athelas very soon. He's going to take this and put it together with this ritual to effect some sort of relief for Frodo.
Yeah.
And of course we get the lore we've already talked about with the history of Athelas and how it came over from Numenor, and of course the medicinal effects of Athelas that are brand new to us who are reading this for the first time. And all of these things come together. The Elbereth thing is a little bit set aside, but other than that, everything comes together, and he is applying the correct ritual as far as he knows, which includes the song, which includes the herbs and the history, to the precise sword that he finds based on what is written on the hilt.
Right. And he knows these swords. He's familiar with them, and he knows who wielded it. He hasn't really told the hobbits that, but he says that dreadful king. Frodo knew it was a king because he saw the crown on his head, but Aragorn knows that too, which is interesting. And he knows that all blades perish that pierce him, which is still more. I was struck just as you were speaking, realizing we see actually not one Vala, but two Valier here. Because Athelas, like the other growing things that we talked about before, like the Malorn trees, came from Numenor to Middle-earth, but they came to Numenor as a gift of the Valar. And all growing things, well, this is where we certainly, actually, definitely see Yavanna at work in the Lord of the Rings, in all of the plants and trees that have particular beauty, or in this case, especially a particular virtue for the healing of the wounds that Melkor and his servants have inflicted on things. I only just noticed that as you were talking, but I'm very happy with that.
And isn't it interesting that not every plant is imbued with this power?
Yeah.
Right? She gives Athelas to the people of Middle-earth, but it requires some intentional work to know how to find it and how to use it effectively, and we have the option as the lore master in Minas Tirith demonstrates, to forget it.
Yeah. It's also, as you say, not every plant does this, because most plants, maybe even all plants, they belong to no one but themselves, as someone else says. But Athelos has a purpose. Athelos is a gift for healing. Have we talked about Athelos at all? I mean, so actually, I should add a little bit of lore of my own. So the companion, I think, suggests that the exact meaning of Athelos is obscure because it seems connected. Let me see if I can find the passage, because I was looking at it, but I didn't grab it. The companion says Athelos is a Sindarin word. Its second element is apparently las, which means leaf. The first element is problematic. According to Arden R. Smith, an unpublished etymology connects it with Quenya Asea, as in Asea Aranion, king's foil. But if so, Athelos means leaf, which is unhelpful. I have to wonder if Athelos is Tolkien in a sense playing a little bit fast and loose, because that prefix ath in Old English just means kingly or prince, and therefore Athelos would translate king's foil, as Aragorn does later translate it. But perhaps ath only means king's foil in Athelos, and he never got around to completing the etymology. Regardless, it is always an interesting question: what might Athelos be in the real world? And have we talked about that? Have you reflected on this at all?
I've heard people compare it to basil.
Yeah,
which sounds nice to me. Basil is a wonderful smelling herb, and of course it has a lot of significance in the feast of the elevation of the cross, I believe.
Yeah.
And so I like it.
Yeah.
I don't.
But
I
also
don't know.
just because of what basil means, because the Greek for basil is vasiliko, which just means the king's leaf.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's not just we can find some herb that smells nice and has a particular theological association. It's literally on the label. So
okay, I did not know that. That's a cool.
And in terms of just a little bit of lore, again, because it is so strongly traditional in Orthodox societies, especially in the Mediterranean, every Christian home should have a basil plant. So if I were looking around, ancient ruins of a Christian place, I would be looking. I would look for, is there wild basil still growing here? Did the herb garden run wild? But it's still here. So
that's cool. I like that.
I'm not sure if it actually carries through. I've never had the chance of traveling around in Greece or Asia Minor or the Middle East, but knowing what I know, I would at least be looking. If I were near if I were looking at what had once been a Christian village and Christian homes, I would be looking if there were still wild basil growing anywhere, and I would be really excited if I found it.
That's a cool idea. I like that. I like that. But that settles it. In my headcanon, Athelos is definitely basil.
The question now is which kind of basil, because there are so many varieties. But
oh no!
But at any rate, as far as your reflections on the lore, I see a lot of your thinking. I like how you apply it. The divine with the name of Albereth, the magical with a cursed sword, the ritual with Aragorn's song, and then the historical and the medicinal for the origins and effects of Athelos. But I'd love to talk a little bit more about the sword as magical and what magic is distinct from divine or ritual as you articulate here. I don't know if you ever read these. I can't necessarily say they were good, but they were thought-provoking when I was a kid. I think he's a Canadian evangelical author, John White. He wrote a series of some 6 or 7 books called The Archives of Anthropos. which means he's very heavy-handed with the allegory.
Sure.
But in one of the books, he developed fairly strongly this idea of a distinction between a prophet or a seer and a sorcerer and a magician, where a prophet or seer has power, can do what looks like magic, but it's done effectively. They are using the power that has been given to them by God in faithfulness, in harmony, in right relationship, in service to God, where a sorcerer or a magician has effectively stolen that power. They had it, they've gone and they're doing their own thing with it in service only to themselves, and therefore they're functioning more or less as a parasite. I don't know how well that applies to this distinction between the cursed sword on the one hand and Aragorn's song over it, but it's what springs to my mind.
Yeah, magic has an interesting tension especially if you compare it to The Hobbit in these works. I've been listening to The Hobbit in audio form, and it struck me that the doors of the Elven King's palace close by magic.
Right.
And Tolkien does not bother to dither about what that means. He leaves it to the reader to understand. It's just magical. It's chill out, guys. It's cool. But then, of course, in Lothlorien, when Galadriel comes and shows these visions in the mirror, right? She's really uncertain about what magic really means.
Right. Sam says, "I want to see some elf magic," and she says, "I don't know what you mean by that." But anyway.
Right. Exactly. And of course, you see Gandalf do some things that are magical, that are out of the ordinary. I think what I probably mean in this sense, and I need to actually thank Father Stephen DeYoung for this, because he kind of talked about the difference between cursings and curses and promises and things like that, and I might be stating it incorrectly, but he said that essentially the difference between a curse and an oath is that an oath is a obligation that one calls down upon oneself, and a curse is an obligation that one imposes upon somebody else. And so I think I would probably call something magic if we are applying, if some character somewhere, on screen or off, is applying some sort of permanent will to some sort of object that isn't necessarily the essence of what that object is, right? So the doors of the Elven King's home, right? There's this permanent will that opens and closes these doors to let the elves through. There's this permanent will to do harm in this sword. It kind of breaks down when you think about like Gandalf like lighting fires, because obviously fire is by nature very transient. So it's probably not a very good definition, but I kind of think of it in those sort of terms.
I think we could save your definition if we, allow that a lot of times where we see things referred to as magic, that's through the eyes of the hobbits. And that's the word they use for what they don't understand. Where Galadriel, with greater lore, greater consciousness of the positive and negative directions that art and artifice and power can take, she's much more cautious about applying that term to anything, but especially to what she's doing, because she's conscious of the danger of dominating other wills, herself. Galadriel is a character we could see saying, the trees belong to themselves, like Goldberry does. even though she's preserving Lothlorien, she's also getting ready to stop doing so and to lay
Yeah.
that aside. And that's a different kind of mastery that allows things to continue to be what they had been and were and perhaps wanted to be at their best, as opposed to having to submit to the realities of time and deterioration. At any rate, point being, I like the idea of magic being, as you say from Father Stephen, a domination imposed on something else, where an oath, as it were, is imposed on your. I like that. Maybe the other thing we should bring in here is just emphasizing the role that song and prayer have, which certainly seems to be what Aragorn is doing, singing this song over the sword hilt, and then speaking unheard words to Frodo. In both cases, this sounds like, this looks like, a pastoral visitation, utilizing the way that the world works, because it was sung into being, as we see in the Einelindale. Yeah. Any other thoughts you have?
I really like the idea of 'cause you brought it up just now, just the connection that all songs have in the Legendarium to the song.
Yeah.
In the Einelindale. It's, what I said before about early readers not having access to that. Well, now that we do, and I think it's, even though you don't want to read too much into the connections, because there are all kinds of different versions that you may remember correctly or incorrectly. I think one thing is true, and that is song is at the heart of what Tolkien is doing throughout the Legendarium, and it's connected back to this idea that song is the way that the world is created.
Yeah.
And by participating in song, we participate in that creation.
Right.
So
It needs to be the right song at the right time. But
it does.
But yes. Very good. With that, let's move forward. So they decide that they've got to leave Weathertop and begin the long journey to Rivendell. It's going to be at least a fortnight, and Frodo is injured, so it's going to take longer. So we'll just read a few excerpts from that travelogue, because it shows us, Aragorn's mastery of the region, and also shows us some of the problems. Would you begin, Rob?
Certainly. They started off in a southerly direction. This would mean crossing the road, but it was the quickest way to more wooded country, and they needed fuel. For Strider said that Frodo must be kept warm, especially at night, while fire would be some protection for them all. It was also his plan to shorten their journey by cutting across another great loop of the road. East, beyond Weathertop, it changed its course and took a wide bend northward.
Yeah, so I actually am showing my screen now, just looking at the map. I talked very briefly, or maybe I forgot to talk about it, about the geographical problems. Basically, that those are most of the changes that happen in this chapter, because Tolkien is trying very hard to make the geography, as described in this chapter, match with what he described in The Hobbit, much more briefly, and then he goes back and rewrites things. Anyway, setting that aside, I want to note that for anyone that can find a used copy or access the electronic copy that's available at archive.org, a woman named Barbara Strachey, she did some beautiful map work relatively soon after Lord of the Rings was published. And what's fun is Christopher Tolkien engages with her work in the history of Middle-earth, mostly with strong compliments of her interpretations. So my family managed to find a copy of the book for me for Christmas. I'll show it here. It doesn't like the green, because I've got a green screen. But anyway, I'm a happy priest. I'm going to turn off the green screen. Well, it's not going to let me do that. Anyway, it has green in the cover where it's being weird. But Journeys of Frodo is the book. So the relevant map is I'll show it again as you keep on reading. Uh, it shows how the road takes that wide bend northwards, but their route goes southwards and then comes back up again. So at any
Yeah,
rate, go ahead.
before I read, I also, one of the things I was, as I was preparing, that I had been unaware of was that Christopher Tolkien had his own contributions to the Lord of the Rings, and this map is one of them, because part of the reason this was so difficult for Tolkien is because Christopher had drawn a map of this region, and he didn't put quite enough of a bend in the
Yes.
East Road. And so rather than, and I don't know if he did this out of, just simple love for his son, or because he thought it'd be harder to redo the map than to redo the words. But rather than redo the map, he rewrote small portions of the chapter to sort of make this idea of this physical map that now existed match what was being read. So he had to contend not only with the geographical differences in the Hobbit, but also the geographical differences that he had in his own head compared to this map that Christopher had drawn.
Right, because a map isn't an easy thing to just dash off and do a new one, or just erase. Sure. And especially if you're doing it in pencil, once laid out, So I can see it being, I'm not going to put Christopher through that again. We can fix this. But it remains perhaps a challenge. One thing that's interesting, I think we'll get to it a little bit later, but Barbara Strachey even says in a couple cases, let's see, at this point, hang on, I'll show my screen again. At this point, I must note what I believe to be a real discrepancy in the text itself, where Aragorn tells Sam Weathertop is halfway to Rivendell. She's sure that's a slip of the tongue, and he meant halfway to the last bridge. Everything falls into place. Now, Christopher actually engages with this and says, no, Aragorn was not trying to be precise. He was just giving Sam a general sense of what the distances were, but it's fun, the conversation that's happening in that within History of Middle Earth. Again, stuff that we never had when we were just reading the books. But yeah, that question of maps, you can see Christopher getting very happy to engage with someone else who also cares about maps.
Yes.
But anyway, as they travel, Frodo's wound grows worse, but they see no sign of Black Riders, nor do they feel their presence, apart from hearing them call one to another as they leave Weathertop. Anyway, skipping forward a bit, Rob, would you continue reading here as they finish the first stage of that journey?
Sure. At the end of the fifth day, the ground began once more to rise slowly out of the wide, shallow valley into which they had descended. Strider now turned their course again northeastward, and on the sixth day they reached the top of a long, slow-climbing slope, and saw far ahead a huddle of wooded hills. Away below them, they could see the road sweeping round the feet of the hills, and to their right, a gray river gleamed pale in the thin sunshine. In the distance, they glimpsed yet another river in a stony valley, half veiled in mist. I'm afraid we must go back to the road here for a while, said Strider. We have now come to the river Horwell that the elves call Mithathiel. It flows down out of the Etten Moors, the Troll Fells north of Rivendell, and joins the Loudwater away in the south. Some call it the Grey Flood after that. It is a great water before it finds the sea. There is no way over it below its sources in the Etten Moors, except by the last bridge on which the road crosses. What is that other river we can see far away there, asked Mary. That is Loudwater, the Bruinen of Rivendell, answered Strider. The road runs along the edge of the hills for many miles from the bridge to the fort of Bruinen, but I have not yet thought how we shall cross that water. One river at a time. We shall be fortunate indeed if we do not find the last bridge held against us.
Yes, and then of course, looking at the map, I'm showing again, this description of the road running along the Loudwater. That becomes a challenge also for Christopher, or rather for Tolkien as he's writing this, because it's tough for that to match the map. But anyway, yes. Um, I have additional thoughts I want to add, but we'll come to that in a little bit. Let's finish the narrative first. So then they reach the last bridge. Strider goes ahead to reconnoiter, see if it's safe to cross, because he's concerned about it. I'll read this bit. Before long, he came hurrying back. I can see no sign of the enemy, he said, and I wonder very much what that means. But I have found something very strange. He held out his hand and showed a single pale green jewel. I found it in the mud in the middle of the bridge, he said. It is a beryl, an elf stone. Whether it was set there or let fall by chance, I cannot say, but it brings hope to me. I will take it as a sign that we may pass the bridge, but beyond that, I dare not keep to the road without some clearer token. So, anyway, that's their journey as far as the last bridge. Any thoughts, Rob?
Yeah, I have my lapidary lore is very poor. So, but I've always found this idea of an elf stone really intriguing. It just, for some reason, it just sort of stops me, because I can't think of course, we have Aragorn is the elf stone, and he is given an elf stone, this by Galadriel, right? Am I remembering this correctly?
Right.
Right. And it's interesting how this is phrased. It's a beryl, an elf stone. And it just makes me wonder, are all beryls elf stone? Or is this particular beryl an elf stone? I don't know, but this is clearly significant to Aragorn. Now, it's in some sense it's obvious, right? Because you would not expect to find what I imagine to be a polished gemstone lying in the dirt on the bridge. So, sure, but this idea that this particular stone may have some sort of significance, I don't see it come up anywhere else. And I want to know more about it. Yeah. But I don't know.
And I wasn't able to find anything more about why an elf stone, why a beryl would be especially an elf stone. Although, as you were talking, I remembered one other instance, and it's in the Hobbit, when Dain is at the end of the book dealing out the treasure, and he gives to the Elven King the necklace of Girion, Lord of Dale, which was all emeralds, and it describes gems such as the elves loved. So I wonder if it's something just so basic as the elves have a love for the green and growing things, and they love the gems especially that are reminiscent of that. That may just be a little too on the nose, but my guess is that's the primary point. Maybe I wonder. Now I want to go and look in the Silmarillion and see if there's any point about what kind of gems the Noldor liked to work with when they first learned the art of making or cutting or dealing with stones and crafts of the earth from Aule in Valinor. If there's anything about Feanor working especially with beryls. What I did when I was looking, apparently a beryl is a type of stone. It describes the chemical composition, but emeralds are a particular type of a very fine beryl, which I didn't know until we were doing this. So, for a while, I had thought that this gem that was found on the bridge was the same gem that Aragorn carries. Somehow the same gem that Galadriel gives to him, but that's not the case. And looking, I'll be honest, I just Googled this and on one of the various Tolkien websites. There is a whole history of that stone that Galadriel gives to Aragorn. It's actually two potential histories, and Tolkien seems to have not been quite certain of which one it was. One came from Gondolin, actually, and was made by a particular artisan there. And it had powers, it had virtues of preserving, or if someone held the gem or looked through it in some sense, they would see things as they had been in their prime, as they were when they were young. But it also seemed to give its bearer some additional strength and healing. So the idea is Idril Celebrimbor, the princess, the daughter of Turgon, carries that out of Gondolin. It passes, to her son, Eärendil, and he carries it with him into the west. And then, by one story at least, Gandalf brings it back to Middle-earth with him, and he gives it to Galadriel with a prophecy, effectively, that she would hold it for a while and use it to preserve things and make them new, but she would one day give it up to one who would be called Elfstone just before she herself left Middle-earth, which seems to be what he wrote around the what Galadriel says in that chapter. Let me see. I think I left this. No, I didn't. I lost. But basically, she says, "You shall have that gem that was foretold to you from of old. You who are the Elfstone yourself." So it's connected to his Ragnall, his kingly name. But then there was another Elfstone that was supposedly made at Galadriel's request by Celebrimbor that had less power associated with it. Regardless, Aragorn knows about his association with Elisar, his association with the Green Gem, and its history going back to Eärendil, because he insists that Bilbo include the gem in his poem about Eärendil. That's his one contribution in the next chapter. So that's... But I think here, it's just a way for Glorfindel, as we find, to send a message to Aragorn. At the least, Glorfindel is an elf. He left an elf stone on the bridge. No Black Riders. It's a clue. It's a message. At the most, it's specifically a message to Aragorn, who is himself known to be the elf stone, the heir of Elendil. Either way, it makes sense that Aragorn would say, "I will take this as a sign that we may pass the bridge."
Yes. Well, and I think that too also illustrates an important point about lore. It's most effective when it's shared, right? Because Glorfindel couldn't send Aragorn a text, say, "Hey, bridge is safe."
Right.
No worries. So they have to have some shared language that allows for Aragorn to know to look for such a thing and to understand its significance. And likewise, Glorfindel has to know that Aragorn knows this, and so act accordingly.
Right. And I think we see previously Aragorn reading the signs and the messages, that the Rangers, that there is a woodcraft there. There's a way of communicating with others. Apparently Glorfindel is clued into this as well, which would make sense. Yep. Any other thoughts about the barrel, or more in general, Aragorn's mastery of this region, Rob, since that's kind of why we were reading this, showing him as the consummate guide through very difficult terrain?
Yeah, I really like that story, and I hadn't come across it, about the provenance of this Elfstone going from Idril to Eärendil to Gandalf to Galadriel, but I like it.
Yeah,
it makes me wonder why it's an eagle. I think it's described as a shape of an eagle and not like a swan. But whatever. Not everything can be just the way I would write it.
Right. I forgot about the eagle. It's an interesting. I'm sure we'll talk about that again with whoever I'm talking to with that Farewell to Lorien chapter in probably about a year, the end of book 2. I have one more item to share. Oh, briefly, anyone that wants to look into that background of the Elfstone that is of the Elisar that is given to Aragorn, that's found, I believe, in Unfinished Tales in the History of Galadriel and Celeborn. So I got it from a secondary source online. but that's what they cited. Anyway, I had one more thing to share. The Lord of the Rings Companion provides a really neat comment from Tolkien about this whole region, and specifically about the river Greyflood, or Horwell. So I'm just going to quote the whole thing here. So it says, Greyflood is a translation of Sindarin Gwathlo. Of this river, Tolkien writes at great length in The Rivers and Beacon Hills of Gondor. This portion published chiefly in Unfinished Tales, pages 261 to 263. I've never heard of the Rivers and Beacon Hills of Gondor. I want to go back and look at Unfinished Tales and find more stuff. But anyway, this is the quote from that. The river Gwathlo is translated Greyflood. Cool. But Gwath is a Sindarin word for shadow, in the sense of dim light, owing to cloud or mist, or in deep valley. So my comment now, myth being the color gray, as we see in Mithrandir, but Gwath now for shadow or dim light. Tolkien comments, this does not seem to fit the geography. The wide lands divided by the Gwathlo, and I'm going to put the map back up again, divided by the Gwathlo into the regions called by the Númenóreans Minhiriath, that is, between the rivers Baranduin and Gwathlo, so everything between Brandywine and Greyflood, basically from the Shire to this point. And then the other, the wide lands divided by the Gwathlo, the other side of the river, Enedwaith, Middlefolk, they were mainly plains, open and mountainless. I'm quoting Tolkien again. At the point of the confluence of Glanduin and Mithaethel, the land was almost flat, and the waters became sluggish and tended to spread into Fenland. But some 100 miles below Tharbad, the slope increased. The Gwathlo, however, never became swift, and ships of smaller draft could without difficulty sail or be rowed as far as Tharbad. Tolkien decided, now this is the companion again. Tolkien decided that the river had received its name from Númenóreans who explored it in small boats soon after they first returned to Middle-earth in the Second Age. Quote, as soon as the seaward region of salt airs and great winds was past, the forest drew down to the river banks, and wide though the waters were, the huge trees cast great shadows on the river, under which the boats of the adventurers crept silently up into the unknown land. So the first name they gave to it was River of Shadow, Gwaithir or Gwathir. That's Unfinished Tales 263. But the Númenóreans denuded much of the area of trees, and by the Third Age the area was mainly grassland. So, I think that's really cool. I like the idea of Númenóreans in canoes, like the French explorers looking through the Great Lakes and the Hudson Bay area. Also, Tolkien names a river Greyflood and then decides it's not a fitting name and comes up with a whole history for it, but Tom Bombadil is nobody. Anyway, any other thoughts, Rob?
Yeah, well, the names of places are important because they have a story of their own behind them.
Yeah.
I can't remember who I was talking to. I think it was a coworker he said he speaks Spanish, and he was just looking at the names of cities in California. I grew up in California, and he came across Los Baños, and he said, is that really the name of a city in California? Los Baños? Because for those of you who don't know, Los Baños means the bathrooms. Like, yeah, it really is. And I read a story about it. I can't remember how the story goes, but like there's a reason for it, right? Just like there's also a road not far from where I grew up called Via de las Pulgas, right? Road of the Fleas. These stories, these names represent some sort of significance that can easily be lost to all of us who are just going about our daily lives. Maybe we're just overly familiar with it, or we don't care, or we don't know anybody who can tell us more about it. And I think it's really neat that Tolkien, first of all, he just loves the sound of language, right? So he's going to come up with words, but then he's going to go to the effort to write a story that goes with it that he's not going to share with anybody, right? But for him, he wants to have that there because I guess there must be some lore master somewhere who could explain it within the universe. I think that is really cool.
Yeah, and it makes sense, that he would do this. This is just the sort of thing that he would be, doing as a philologist. It's this is normal stuff. I wrote a paper in a class a number of years ago, and I was trying to find it if I could, but looks like I'm not gonna. Well, place names in England and in Scandinavia are in some cases precious evidence for the way that the religion functioned, and the paper was basically trying to determine where did the pre-Christian Germanic peoples worship and how did they do so, and tracking down the names of effectively mountains that are named with this word that means, I think, grove or an enclosure where you would worship a god. So Tolkien is that's just within the philological frame. I believe he actually wrote one of his academic projects, I think, was dealing with place names in England. That's vague, and it just came to mind. So I don't quote me on that, but yes, he's playing with this because it matters. It's significant, but there's always there's lore. There's a story behind it, as you say. Anyway, we should move on. Rob, would you read this Aragorn's description of this region as they pass now definitively into Old Rhudaur?
Yes.
I'm going to show the map again as you do so because it's relevant.
The hobbits were glad to leave the cheerless lands and the perilous road behind them, but this new country seemed threatening and unfriendly. As they went forward, the hills about them steadily rose. Here and there, upon heights and ridges, they caught glimpses of ancient walls of stone and the ruins of towers. They had an ominous look. Frodo, who was not walking, had time to gaze ahead and to think. He recalled Bilbo's account of his journey and the threatening towers of the hills north of the road. In the country near the Troll's Wood, where his first serious adventure happened. Frodo guessed that they were now in the same region and wondered if by chance they would pass near the spot. "Who lives in this land?" he asked, "and who built these towers? Is this troll country?" "No," said Strider, "trolls do not build. No one lives in this land. Men once dwelt here ages ago, but none remain now. They became an evil people, as legends tell, for they fell under the shadow of Angmar, but all were destroyed in the war that brought the North Kingdom to its end. But that is now so long ago that the hills have forgotten them, though a shadow still lies in the land."
I'll continue so that you can then comment. "Where did you learn such tales if all the land is empty and forgetful?" asked Peregrine. "The birds and beasts do not tell tales of that sort." "The heirs of Elendil do not forget all things past," said Strider, "and many more things than I can tell are remembered in Rivendell." "Have you often been to Rivendell?" said Frodo. "I have," said Strider. "I dwelt there once, and still I return when I may. There my heart is, but it is not my fate to sit in peace, even in the fair house of Elrond." What do you think, Rob?
Yeah, the old ruins, are a testament to the fact that there are stories in this place.
Yeah.
And this is something that I didn't quite appreciate, having spent all my life living on the west coast of the United States. Until I mean, we did go when we visited. When I was a kid, we visited some of the missions in California, which were fairly old. But I didn't. But these were maintained historical sites. I didn't really appreciate the stories that are implied by these ruins until my dad and I took a hiking trip to the United Kingdom in 2004.
Right.
And we spent some time hiking along Hadrian's Wall.
Yeah.
And that's too long of a stretch to turn into a museum, right? So it's maintained by the good graces of the locals there, because those are really the only people who can do it. I'm sure there are some conservationists who work on it as well, but this is some long stretch of land that was used to build upon it a fortress to keep out the Picts. And it was built on this 90-foot cliff with an additional 15 feet of wall, and the geography of the land made it possible. And just to think about the decisions that had to be made to build that there, and then at each mile or so there was called a mile castle, right, where the soldiers who guarded the wall lived. It contained remnants of whatever sort of ritual life that they participated in. And
I know there are a few Mithraeums.
Absolutely.
There,
absolutely. And so this, if you're, we came across a few of these sites that were evidently ritual in nature while we were taking this walk. And I didn't know enough then about the history to be able to identify, oh yes, this is a Mithraic cult, and Romans are doing this and that and all the other thing. But I knew that there had been people there who had experiences that are far removed from my own, and that the only lasting remnant of them were these stones.
Yeah.
And the hobbits here are asking, a good question. It's interesting that they ask Aragorn, and yet are surprised that he's able to answer their question. But nonetheless, I think they realize that he knows more than they do about what's happening, and he, he casts this story in a tragic light, because of course it is tragic. They were murdered by the forces of Angmar, of which they've had some contact with the Barrow Downs.
First murdered in soul by becoming evil like them, and then destroyed, completely in the war. Yeah. Right.
And you mentioned Rhudaur, and what's the name of the other place?
Arthedain, and Cardolan is the third.
Right. And we only ever hear of Cardolan. I think you mentioned Cardolan. We don't hear Rhudaur and Arthedain, I don't believe, here. But reading some of that backstory outside of the chapter was also interesting. This idea of the Northern Kingdom sort of splitting into three parts, and how Rhudaur, which is where they are, aligning itself with Angmar, and you can wonder why they would choose to do such a thing, because obviously in hindsight, Angmar was completely evil, but there you have it. So whenever you but even like when we bought our house, like there are all kinds, I won't go into them on the air here, but there are all kinds of interesting things that we found that made us wonder about the people who had lived here before. And these kind of questions are natural, and this speaks to a human desire that we have to understand how what kind of shared experience we might have with people who were before us.
Sure. And then in the meantime, the hobbits have the questions, but Aragorn has answers. And as you'd pointed out in the notes, he's in having the answers, he indicates that there is a way to learn these things, a way that things are
Yep.
preserved, even when the hills have forgotten, which is striking. And that touches on your initial points about lore and poetry, and of course, it's connected with Rivendell. Anything else you want to say about that?
Yeah, thanks for reminding me of the notes. I think I said in my notes that Aragorn didn't go to Rivendell High, but you're going to see in the coming chapters that there is this Hall of Fire where people basically spend all their time reciting poetry to each other, and ostensibly this is where Aragorn learned this through these recitations, through whatever rituals that were going on in which these things were repeated. I would imagine on the regular. And so, when he talks about, Elrond really being the lore master, I think it's because of this. Is because he is the person who oversees this participation in the lore through poetry, through song, in Rivendell, in the Hall of Fire, whereas Aragorn's lot is to be out and about, protecting people. So he's not always there, but he remembers. He certainly remembers.
Right. He's part of a long chain of lived memory and experience that is sustained by the refuge in Rivendell, but its task is outside. I'm actually really struck, just as you're talking, with how this scene, this conversation resonates with, I guess the only word for it is, with the vision that the hobbits have in the House of Tom Bombadil when he's describing, and they see that long line of men with long swords, but the last of them has a star on his brow. But now they're talking with that and they don't recognize him. They don't know who he is.
That's a good observation. I hadn't thought of that before. That they've seen him, but they don't recognize him now.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
But the kind of vision that Bombadil gives, in his song and speech, is at least similar in the experience to the kind of visions that they have when they're hearing the elven minstrels sing in the Hall of Fire. So it's not just, I heard about this, but that elven craft of song, a dream that is woven by another mind. I'm paraphrasing. What's the?
It's a dream that some other mind is weaving, I think.
Yeah, that's. It's poetry, but it's poetry that draws you into the experience, and and poetry that lives in memory and guides and instructs you as you're out in the waking world. So,
yeah, and of course, this is being wrapped up with Frodo's own family lore of the trolls,
right?
So it all comes together. I wouldn't say that they meet, but there's some sort of bouncing of experiences off of each other happening here, and we'll see it more later. But
right, I think there are remnants here too of this. Bilbo is really important to the story, more so in the composition than in the final reality. But the original idea was, how can we have Bilbo be the hero? Well, we can't have him be the hero because he lived happily ever after for days that were extraordinarily long. Well, nuts. What can we do? So we have the nephews, plural, of Bilbo that will be the adventurers. We have Bingo that becomes Frodo, and we have Peregrine that becomes Trotter, that eventually becomes Aragorn, and Peregrine's name gets lent to another Hobbit. But Aragorn, as the close friend of Bilbo, who would, it's been a number of years since Bilbo left. Aragorn's gotten to know him pretty well as another person who goes back to Rivendell. But Aragorn would have been, Aragorn was like a child when Bilbo went through Rivendell the first time. So
Yeah.
Maybe they even knew each other from before.
Well, and importantly, he would have been 20 because this happened. Is that no? I'm getting my math wrong.
I
It
don't.
was 60 years prior at the time Bilbo left the Shire.
Right. Hang on.
Right. Yeah. I'm not.
Bilbo's 80. Sorry, Aragorn's 80 something now.
Yeah, he's 84.
Frodo is 50. It's 17 years since Bilbo left. So hang on. Bilbo left when he was 111, so that's 61. 61 plus 17, that's 78. So Aragorn was 10 when Bilbo passed through. But a child, and Bilbo stayed in Rivendell for a while, and Aragorn wasn't wandering the wild. I had never thought of that. They ought to have encountered one another. They can't have been that many children in Rivendell.
The real question is, was Aragorn singing Tra-la-la-lally?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. We'll never know.
There we go. That's a new thought I had never thunk before. At any rate, there's a closer association between Aragorn and Bilbo than we necessarily see. Aragorn's character functions, again, by way of having been Trotter, one of Bilbo's nephews, Bilbo, for a new generation, effectively. His character is kind of a human version of what Bilbo had learned in all his years, and that's reflected in their close friendship, even in the final version. It's interesting to see that there's so many things that come together in Aragorn. Deacon Seraphim and I talked about that somewhat, but he's kind of awesome. He does everything.
I've got this hope that someday there's some parent that's going to name their kid Aragorn, right? And that kid is going to become Orthodox and then someday be a saint, and then we'll have a Saint Aragorn. Maybe.
It could happen.
It could happen. I do want to just point out real quick.
Yes.
He says something that just could be a throwaway line, but he's instructing. He says, "Trolls do not build."
Yes.
This is just something that you have to know. Like these, if you see a house, a troll did not build it.
Yep.
And probably doesn't live there.
Yep. And he's learning them. He's learning them.
That's right. And so if you need to survive in the wild, especially if you're near the Etten Moors, right? These are things you should know about trolls.
You should know that they don't build, and there are other things you should know about them.
There are other things, yes.
All right. As they continue, they come upon very rough terrain. Aragorn realizes he's made a mistake. He's gone too far north, and as they try to correct their course, they face a steep ridge that lies between them and Rivendell. They press on and scale it, but it's too much for Frodo. I'll read this so you can comment first, Rob. So, "We cannot go any further," said Merry to Strider. "I am afraid this has been too much for Frodo. I'm dreadfully anxious about him. What are we to do? Do you think they will be able to cure him in Rivendell if we ever get there?" "We shall see," answered Strider. "There is nothing more that I can do in the wilderness, and it is chiefly because of his wound that I am so anxious to press on. But I agree that we can go no further tonight." "What is the matter with my master?" asked Sam in a low voice, looking appealingly at Strider. "His wound was small, and it is already closed. There's nothing to be seen but a cold white mark on his shoulder." "Frodo has been touched by the weapons of the enemy," said Strider, "and there is some poison or evil at work that it is beyond my skill to drive out. But do not give up hope, Sam."
I feel it's important to point out for those who think this is important, but venom is injected. Poison is ingested, it's touched, something like that. So I wonder what's the right word to apply to a sword. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But I think this is interesting because we're going to learn later that Aragorn is identified as the king because of his lore.
Mm.
And yet, he freely admits his lore is less than that of Elrond. So I think this suggests some important things about the limits of lore and the limits of a person to absorb the lore. Even a long-lived person, right? I mean, Elrond can probably be the lore master that he is because he's, for all intents and purposes, immortal and has been around for thousands of years. And Aragorn's lifespan no longer is obviously shorter, but yet his lore is greater than most men, and this is going to be one of his identifying features. So I think it's interesting how much lore should a person learn. If you look at most people, I think most people learn just the lore they need to survive.
Yeah.
And is that what we should learn? I mean, ostensibly, Aragorn learns the lore he needs to survive because it's tied to who he is as a person and his inheritance of the kingdom of Elendil. So he needs more lore. But as someone who likes to go and study arcane topics, like, do I really need that lore? I don't know. Of course,
sure.
As Deacon Seraphim would say, when it comes to lore, one can never delve too deeply nor too greedily.
Right. And yet, I'm glad you bring this up, because I think there are two factors that you've kind of touched on. The one is this the best use of my time? There are only so many books that one can read in one's limited lifetime. And is this the right way to spend my limited time to devote my limited gray cells to? Do I really need to learn all of the F names in the Silmarillion? Is that the right thing to do? But apart from that, there is the question that's kind of raised by Deacon Seraphim's statement. Are there things that it's better for me not to study? And I this is on my mind because I was doing catechesis with a group just this past Monday, and they were asking, frankly, questions about the definition of essence and nature in the theology of the Holy Trinity. That are beyond my immediate competence. And, I gave an answer that I think is correct, but I've been kind of mulling it over, effectively saying, so I can't answer that. I haven't studied that. I haven't attended to it. I can give you the book that you could read if you want to study that, but I don't think it's wrong that I've not applied myself to that, because we're talking about God. We should not expect to master the information about him. These terms, essence versus energy, essence, versus person, which are two different ways in which that theology is used, right? God is three persons in one essence, as we will say. And also we can encounter him in his energies, but not in his essence. So there's two separate dichotomies, and Jesus Christ is one person in two natures, divine and human. The important thing is what is preserved, what is maintained, the fence that is established with those dichotomies and distinctions. Not that we somehow put together a perfect cohesive picture of who God is. What that lore, if you will, does is it affirms for us that there is a God, that he is as he has revealed himself to us, and that he calls us to relationship with him. And that is the point that and that he has united himself with us and raised us up when we are broken. These things are what's affirmed by these points. So we need to, as we're, I guess, reflecting on what should we learn, how much lore should we, seek out, we need to be attentive to what is the path that we are supposed to be on. And I think maybe that's part of what's going on with Aragorn here. The lore of healing is natural and necessary to him because the hands of the king are the hands of the healer. But he does not need to know all things, perhaps.
I think too, like there's this, I think it's certainly true of Aragorn. I don't know to what extent it's true of other lore masters in Middle Earth, but Aragorn has come through his lore through the guidance of Elrond. It's not like he just went to the library in Rivendell and picked it up,
right?
But Elrond at some point reveals. I was reading this in the appendices. He reveals to Aragorn his significance in Middle Earth,
right?
And really his calling as a human being, it's through this guidance that Aragorn learns what he needs to learn. So, sort of, and similarly in catechism, right? Like, you don't drop every single one of St. John Chrysostom's commentaries on a brand new catechumen. Like that's not going to be helpful. But the whole reason why we have these catechism classes is so that people learn what they need to learn through the guidance of other people who are approved in what they have been taught.
They get what is needed.
Exactly. Because, the internet is full of things that you can learn without guidance. This is true for me too. Like I enjoy listening to some of the Ancient Faith podcasts, and many of whom, this one included, are helmed by priests, and sometimes they say things that I have to remind myself, while these are spiritual fathers, they're not my spiritual father.
Exactly.
And I need to, before I go off and do something based on what some very well-meaning comment said out of the mouth of this priest, I need to go and I need to talk to my own priest and see if this is lore that I need to take on myself.
Right. Because he's the one that's pastorally responsible for you. Right. He is the physician of your soul.
Right. And it's taken the 20 years or so that I've been Orthodox to be able to do this. And I think, there's a sense, at least I think this is true for me, and I'm not going to impose it on anybody else, but there's a sense in which I am ready at different times for different things.
Exactly.
And there might be a book, Wounded by Love I think strikes me as a really good example. By Elder Porphyrios, when I read it, I came to a part in the book where he talks about the need to pray with humility.
Yeah.
I was not ready for that at the time I read it.
Yeah.
Right. Just because it's hard enough for me to just pray as it is, let alone pray humbly. Right. And it really sort of rocked me. And it was a very simple thing that he said that's very true, but I wasn't ready for it. And maybe there's going to be a time when I'm going to be ready for that truly, and it's going to resonate with me in a way that Elder Porphyrios would have wanted, or that would be good for my soul. But at that time, it wasn't the right thing.
Yeah.
And and I think I would not be at all surprised if these are the kinds of things that over time Aragorn had to learn as well.
Right. There are loops of learning almost. You learn something, you
Yes.
think you've mastered it, then you encounter more challenges, and all of a sudden a new vista of what you thought you'd already learned and understood opens up, and you learn the whole thing over again. And layers on layers and layers, and this is wisdom.
Yes.
And in the midst of this, we remember, it's been on my mind lately, the hymn of Transfiguration. You were transfigured on the mountain, Christ our God, showing to your disciples your glory as much as they could bear.
As much as they could bear. Yep.
And how much we can bear changes over the course of our lives. So, yeah. One other thing that we're spending a lot longer talking about this point than I expected, but I guess bringing us back to the narrative, it's interesting to see on the one hand limits to Aragorn's ability to heal here, where in the houses of healing, he walks into the room effectively and immediately provides a remedy that the greatest experts in Minas Tirith had been unable to provide for Faramir and Eowyn and Merry. And I was thinking as we started this, he kind of levels up, because he wasn't able to do that before. But then I'm kind of second guessing myself, because in none of those cases had they taken a wound specifically from a Morgul blade that had gotten inside of them and been left there for over 2 weeks. What he's doing is bringing healing and hope to those who have been overwhelmed with fear, which we have the sense he was already able to do when we get the indication. I think it's in the appendices that the Nazgul had driven off the Rangers that were guarding Sarn Ford. They were too much for the Rangers. Maybe they would have been able to withstand it if their leader had been with them, if Aragorn had been with them. But alone, they were driven away and some were killed. Aragorn seems to know how to combat the Black Breath, the fear that's instilled by the Nazgul. But for the weapons, especially weapons that break away in the wound, Elrond's skill is needed. Conversely, Galadriel does give him that elf stone, the Elisar, and that is supposed to have a virtue of healing. But I'm somehow deeply uncomfortable with the idea that Aragorn just leveled up his gear, and that's why he was able to heal at Minas Tirith.
As you're saying this, I wonder, and this is the kind of thing that we couldn't prove, but I wonder to what extent Aragorn's experience with Frodo in particular enabled him to do what he did in Minas Tirith. Because, of course, he does what he knows to do with Frodo, and then he takes him to Rivendell. And one could imagine that Aragorn was there while Elrond was working his healing. I don't know, but it's a tantalizing suggestion. I had not thought about this, but it does sort of feel like he is leveling up, like you said, and it doesn't seem far-fetched to me that he would have learned something even more from Elrond in this. While yes, he may have some experience dealing with the Black Breath, I don't think he's ever dealt with it this closely. That would be my guess.
Yeah. Although, and again, my conversation with Father Timothy hasn't posted yet, but he does point out the movie gets something wrong.
Really?
With
sorry,
but specifically that famous image from the trailer of Aragorn at Weathertop, where he has a torch in one hand and a sword in the other to fight off the Nazgul. But in the books, his sword is broken.
Yeah.
2 torches. By himself, fighting off 5 Nazgul. Aragorn's greatest moment, hiding in plain sight. He clearly knows how to deal with them, and he's not hopeless in what would seem a hopeless circumstance. But I like your point that he's learning still. The lore is still increasing. There is another thing, though, that you kind of hinted at that I think is important. In Old Arnor, Aragorn is a ranger. He's a wanderer. He has no people. He has no kingdom. He's caring for people who don't recognize him, don't follow him. When he gets to Minas Tirith, he is stepping into a role that only he can fill. And I think that has to matter as well. And it's, I hate what the movies did with Aragorn. Like, I don't know if I can be king. Am I worthy? Am I able? He was born for this, and he's shouldered that burden every day of his life. But there is a distinction between being trained for something, being ready for something, but it not being the time yet, and when that time is fully come. And I think that has to also be part of what's going on in the Houses of Healing.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Anyway, great conversation. All right, we should move forward. This is where we encounter some family history. We retrace Bilbo's first adventure in The Hobbit with the trolls. Now, the back and forth between Pippin and Strider is hilarious, and it also establishes Pippin as one who perhaps has insufficient lore and learning. Would you begin reading this, Rob? We won't read the whole thing, but bits of it.
Yeah. Surely this is a troll hole, if ever there was one, said Pippin. Come out, you two, and let us get away. Now we know who made the path, and we had better get off it quick.
This is right after they've discovered the cave with the door and everything.
Right. There is no need, I think, said Strider, coming out. It is certainly a troll hole, but it seems to have been long forsaken. I don't think we need be afraid. But let us go down warily, and we shall see.
And of course, Aragorn is like, you know about trolls. We found their hole. It's empty. Therefore, no living trolls. Also, he probably knows where they are, but anyway.
Yeah, it's also middle of the day. The path went on again from the door, and turning to the right again across the level space plunged down a thick wooded slope. Pippin, not liking to show Strider that he was still afraid, went on ahead with Merry. Sam and Strider came behind, one on each side of Frodo's pony, for the path was now broad enough for 4 or 5 hobbits to walk abreast. But they had not gone very far before Pippin came running back, followed by Merry. They both looked terrified. There are trolls, Pippin panted. Down in a clearing in the wood not far below. We got a sight of them through the tree trunks. They are very large. We will come and look at them, said Strider, picking up a stick. Frodo said nothing, but Sam looked scared. The sun was now high, and it shone down through the half-stripped branches of the trees and lit the clearing with bright patches of light. They halted suddenly on the edge and peered through the tree trunks, holding their breath. There stood the trolls, 3 large trolls. One was stooping, and the other 2 stood staring at him. Strider walked forward unconcernedly. Get up, old stone, he said, and broke his stick upon the stooping troll. Nothing happened. There was a gasp of astonishment from the hobbits, and then even Frodo laughed. Well, he said, we are forgetting our family history. These must be the very 3 that were caught by Gandalf, quarreling over the right way to cook 13 dwarves and 1 hobbit.
I'll continue. I had no idea we were anywhere near the place, said Pippin. He knew the story well. Bilbo and Frodo had told it often, but as a matter of fact, he had never more than half believed it. Even now he looked at the stone trolls with suspicion, wondering if some magic might not suddenly bring them to life again. You are forgetting not only your family history, but all you ever knew about trolls, said Strider. It is broad daylight with a bright sun, and yet you come back trying to scare me with a tale of live trolls waiting for us in this glade. In any case, you might have noticed that one of them has an old bird's nest behind his ear. That would be a most unusual ornament for a live troll.
In Merry and Pippin's defense. These trolls seem distinctly different from the troll we see in Moria and the trolls we see in front of the Black Gate.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're a different species or what, but I would think at least if the trolls were of the same kind, at least the trolls in front of the Black Gate were in some sort of peril. So this has been a niggling, it feels like inconsistency to me that I've thought about from time to time. And then, of course, one of the features of the Chamber of Muzarbul, is that remember that?
Muzarbul.
Yeah, is that there's this shaft of light coming down from outside, and the troll is, wandering around this space. I don't know if he's like dodging the shaft of light or what, but anyway. But that aside, of course, the Hobbits should remember their family history. And again, I think it's interesting that Frodo uses the word history and not lore, right? It's like it's like he's separating the disciplines again. But I think it's important. It's also interesting that Frodo had only half believed it, or the other hobbits had maybe only half believed it. And what I think is important about lore and the way lore functions is that lore need not have actually happened just the way it's recalled for it to be actionable.
Yeah.
The important thing about lore is that it tells the truth that the people who learn the lore need to know. In this case, the important thing that they needed to know was that trolls, at least here in the Ettenmoors, are allergic to sunlight. And that right there should have kept them safe, whether or not the troll story ever happened, and the troll story from The Hobbit ever happened. And, this is, I think, different from how we treat history and many of the other disciplines today when we're trying to learn whatever it is we're learning. And insofar as it has to meet this sort of naturalistic view of what's true, like it's somehow verifiable and all this kind of stuff. And those kind of things are good. That's not, I don't want to say that education is bad, but there is something that goes beyond this naturalistic explanation of the world that's important, and that is significance that we don't get outside of this concept of lore, where we take what we've learned and we put it into a narrative that we can use. And I forgot to mention it before, but when we were talking about what we should or should not take in, Bilbo had taught Sam his letters, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the gaffer was sort of dubious about this, but he allowed it to happen.
Right. It didn't seem like the path that Sam was supposed to be on, learning,
right.
Getting all this extra lore. What gives?
Right. And of course, trouble will come of it, and it did. But as we'll see, Sam has through learning this lore has taken it on himself, and he's done something with it, which we will discuss in a moment.
Sure. Before we go on, though, a couple thoughts. First, Pippin has the lore, as you say, but he doesn't know how to apply it. He's very new to that question. And I think that applies with a lot of things, like, all of us who grew up with Bible stories, with the scripture.
Mm-hmm.
We had the stories, but what they're for, how to read them, that's a matter that one has to learn. And really the only way to learn is by living. When I first read the story of any number of the unpleasant, why are these in the Bible, in Genesis, it was like, I don't need this, this is what's going on here. But, the longer I live, I'm like, okay, this makes sense. This is a cautionary tale or whatever.
Yes.
For your, anyway, that for the one side. And and I guess Pippin and Sam, comparing the two of them and their experience of lore. Pippin, as the princeling of his household, the heir of the old Took, has all the access to lore, has all the stories, and kind of treats it carelessly. Sam, without any natural right to that lore, has perhaps used it better, values it more. Of course, they both have their own trajectory through the course of the story, but it's interesting to compare the two of them. For your objection about, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, just to extend that just a little bit, before this adventure, we had no sense that Pippin had any desire to experience that lore firsthand.
Right.
Whereas Sam is always looking for the elves.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. As far as the concern about the trolls, though, I think Tolkien accounts for that, because Mount Doom has been belching forth smoke and covering the entire sky in clouds for weeks before, specifically so that his armies, which the orcs don't turn to stone, but they won't go out in the sun. But so that the trolls can go, because they won't be exposed to direct sunlight, and the orcs can fight at their best, and the men and elves and whoever else he's fighting will be more afraid. I think that brings some consistency. Your point about the chamber of Mazarbul, though, and the troll there, I think that's a fair cop. Although it would do damage to the narrative if you have a whole little side story with, let's draw the troll into the light. Anyone got a mirror? Boromir, is your shield polished enough? Can we reflect it? Let's turn that troll to stone, and that'll block the. That would be totally a thing that one would do in a Dungeons and Dragons campaign in the Chamber of Mazarbul. But within the story, a different thing. Anyway, then Merry asks for a song. And when Frodo demurs and says he's not up to singing, Sam is called upon as one who has more in his head than one might think. So I'll read Sam's response, and then you can start with our rendition of the song. And I have to ask, do you plan to sing it or recite it?
I'll try singing it, although I've got this cold. And this, I think, will be the second recording of on the internet, on YouTube at least, of this particular poem being cast to this melody. But go right ahead.
Very good. All right. So, and I'll sing it as well. Hopefully we sing the same tune. Otherwise, well, we'll have another conversation about lore. So Sam's response. I don't know about that, said Sam, but how would this suit? It ain't what I call proper poetry, if you understand me. Just a bit of nonsense. But these old images here brought it to my mind. Standing up with his hands behind his back, as if he were in school, he began to sing to an old tune.
Troll sat alone on his seat of stone and munched and mumbled a bare old bone. For many a year he gnawed it near, for meat was hard to come by. Done by, gum by, in a cave in the hills he dwelt alone, and meat was hard to come by.
Up came Tom with his big boots on, said he to Troll, pray what is yon? For it looks like the shin of mine Uncle Tim, as should be a lion in graveyard, caveyard, paveyard. This many a year has Tim been gone, and I thought he were lying in graveyard.
My lad, said Troll, this bone I stole, but what be bones that lie in a hole? Thine uncle was dead as a lump of lead, afore I found his shin bone, tin bone, thin bone. He can spare a share for a poor old troll, for he don't need his shin bone.
Said Tom, I don't see where the likes of thee, without axe and leave, should go making free with the shank or the shin of my father's kin. So hand the old bone over, rover, trover. Though dead he be, it belongs to he, so hand the old bone over.
For a couple of pins, says Troll and grins, I'll eat thee too and gnaw thy shins. A bit of fresh meat would go down sweet. I'll try my teeth on thee now, he now, see now. I'm tired of gnawing old bones and shins. I've a mind to dine on thee now.
But just as he thought his dinner was caught, he found his hands had hold of naught. Before he could mind, Ton slipped behind and gave him the boot to larn him, warn him, darn him. A bump of the boot on the seat, Tom thought, would be the way to larn him.
But harder than stone is the flesh and bone of a troll that sits in the hills alone. As well set your boot to the mountain's root, for the seat of a troll don't feel it, peel it, heel it. Old troll laughed when he heard Tom groan, and he knew his toes could feel it.
Tom's leg is game since home he came, and his bootless foot is lasting lame. But Troll don't care, and he's still there with the bone he boned from its owner, donor, boner. Troll's old seat is still the same, and the bone he boned from its owner.
Very nice, very nice. The melodies are slightly different.
Slightly different. And Tolkien actually can be found singing this on the Tolkien audio collection, which you can buy on LPs, you can buy on CDs. I think you can get it on the iTunes store. And what he sings is also not the way I learned it from my grandfather. So apparently this old song has gone through any number of iterations across the millennia. It's fascinating how things will vary across space and time. I know we both worked to memorize this, but I got fairly close, but not nearly confident enough to sing it without the script.
Yeah, same.
But I think the process of trying to memorize it, I saw a whole lot more in it than I never noticed before. How about you?
I did, and I was unaware of the so according to Christopher, Tolkien had the song "The Fox" in his mind when he wrote this. This is not the first version that he wrote of this particular song. There is, in I think Songs of the Philologist, and of course in the collection of his poetry, you can find a fuller version that is arguably funnier, and then an even older version than that like I don't even know how to sing that, but at any rate, he has this old folk song called "The Fox" in mind, and I, as I'm reading this, and structurally it's very similar, right? It starts off with this four line stanza, followed by these 2-word rhyming pairs.
Come by, dumb by, gum by, yeah.
Right, followed by a couplet.
Yeah.
Right, and in The Fox, the couplet matches the last 2 lines of the 4-line stanza.
Right. It's always an exact repetition.
But in this poem, Tolkien is playing with that. He's changing it. And so if I could assume I know anything about how Tolkien's head works, right? In my mind, he is taking this as the original version of The Fox, right? The Fox is a song that is based on this, but it's just a little still fun, but a little lazier, right?
It's made more childish,
right? Whereas, and it's based on more common experience with foxes and geese, and it's. I think that's what's going on. I don't know for sure, but I think that's what's going on. Of course, you probably also came across the fact that The Fox comes from an older Middle English poem that I'm sure Tolkien would have been aware of and that he would have appreciated. And I think the idea of this poem having been made up out of the head of Sam Gamgee as the germ for this song that he likes, growing through the centuries, I just love it. It's wonderful.
Yeah. And it fits a lot better here than it would have in the Prancing Pony. That makes a lot of sense. I hadn't thought so much of that idea that this is the original and The Fox is kind of the much later derivation, but I like that. What I noticed was just the way that I was kind of thinking the question: why would this be a song for philologists?
Hmm.
Either in the original version or in this as it comes out. And it's interesting that then is in Sam's voice, but a lot of it is archaisms that survive in lesser dialects, as it were, and yet that reflect the older nature of the language. So I noticed that there's a number of those mumbled as a synonym for munched. I think that sense survives because we'll say he was chewing on his words, as it were, but mumbled doesn't have any sense to me any longer of something you would do with a bone. The companion talks about the transfer of the n from mine to nuncle, as it were, which is a thing I guess that Middle English especially will do frequently, with the words transferring. Hang on.
Apron and apron.
Right, or what's the tawdry, which I believe is a reference. I know I heard this. I can't verify it, but there was Saint Audrey, and apparently on Saint Audrey's Day there were Saint Audrey fairs, but the stuff that was sold at Saint Audrey fairs was often kind of cheap and chintzy. So with not the same transference, but you get tawdry as a word that comes into the language. Anyway. I was intrigued with the notion that an uncle is specifically father's family. I don't know if Tolkien intends that, but that makes me want to go back and look at it again. Of course, Axon leave, but AKS as opposed to ASK is arguably the older version of the word, but it's certainly a viable dialect. And let me see. Larn, of course, shows up multiple times. We got to talk about Larn because she's, that's at the core of our lore here. Tom is trying to lay some lore down on the troll by means of his boot, but he instead is Larned himself. And then, of course, the core point of lore, the obvious moral, if we look back at those, those four, so there's a story here, but the moral of the story is don't kick a troll, because you might as well kick the root of the mountain, as it were.
I struggled with that line when I wanted to say foot and root. Even though I don't say root, That's not how I use the word. But anyway, I don't know why I kept doing that. But it was interesting. Can we just laugh for a moment about the idea that Tom recognizes his uncle from the shin bone?
Yes.
I just think that's great. That's my uncle. That's his leg all over.
That, or he's just spoiling for a fight and really full of himself. Is like, you're a troll and you're chewing on a shin bone, and I'm gonna say that's my uncle, and you need to give it back now. It's which maybe invites a different moral. Don't pick a fight with a troll. Perhaps.
I love these 2-word rhymes, and the way he's able for them to make sense. And again, this differs from the fox, right? In the fox, it just sort of
Tauno,
right? It's just kind of like silly words that just sort of that you append a vowel to make it rhyme, and it's fine. But these words rhyme and they make sense, like
they add to the poetry of the thing.
Exactly.
I was struck especially for I found his shin bone, tin bone, thin bone. He's like criticizing it's a lousy shin bone too. Your stupid uncle. I'm complaining about it.
But also the shin bone is a thinner bone than of the leg. So
sure,
yeah.
But it also foreshadows, the troll isn't happy to be gnawing on, on the dry bone, the thin bone. He'd like something else.
You probably prefer a femur.
The other note I should mention: apparently, to bone something is an old reference to just stealing something. That was there as well.
And the opposition between donor and boner, right? Like as a donation, something given, and bonus something
although
taken.
It's spelled DONER. So I was thinking, is that an alternate, or is it? I don't know.
Or is it a pun on being done, as in done by?
Yeah,
and done by. That's interesting.
Yeah. The other thing that's kind of allegorical, I suppose. Now I'm stuck on this. Troll's sitting there gnawing on a bone, which is very much the experience of someone trying to memorize this poem, chewing on it, and yet still getting something off of it, one might want to move on and read something else or memorize something else. Fresh meat could be nice, but there's something to be said for chewing on something that seems dry and done with, but there may be more to be gotten from it, and that is a necessary thing with true lore, as it were. You keep on poring over it time and again.
I like that.
And weirdly, that's how we do in our liturgical cycle. Same services every single year. We're gnawing on it. We're munching and mumbling. What could seem like a barrel bone, but it's actually very rich.
I like it.
I'm glad you suggested this. It's a lot of fun. And one more thing. Did Sam make this up before, or did he make this up on the spot, effectively almost criticizing himself for not having remembered the lore, and now he's making a song to build in, trolls are hard as stone, but also they I guess there's nothing about trolls in the sunshine are just rock, but
I mean, if he made this up on the spot, my hat is off to him. That's incredible. But there are a few instances where people just sort of break into novel and extemporaneous songs. So it's not out of place in the legendarium, but especially
if someone has practiced a particular mode or then it's not as difficult to do. I'm sure you've had the experience, as I have, if I've been reading a lot of Shakespeare or Chaucer or something out loud, then everything I'm saying, for the next week is in iambics.
I did have that experience I remember when I was teaching, and I was also in grad school, and I remember I was talking to a friend of mine online. We're just chatting, and for whatever reason, I was locked into an iambic rhyming mode, and I was aware of it, so I was just making the most of it and just having a great old time. But yeah, it's fun.
I think it's a universal experience. I know it's a universal experience because, okay, I didn't expect to bring this up. When I was younger, I liked reading Robert Heinlein books. Mostly the stuff that was intended for children, because his stuff intended for adults is not anything I would recommend. But he has this one character who's supposed to be effectively, very long-lived. Anyway, sorry. The setting is they're on a new planet. that they've settled, and this character has several children. He's the leader of the colony, but the only literature they have is is scripture and the complete works of Shakespeare, which means that on this planet, all of the children, all of the teenagers, as they're arguing with their parents, are doing it in perfect, on the spot composed, iambic pentameter, and the impression was so hilarious. It was one of my favorite chapters in science fiction. Of course, they're arguing about how they should be allowed to stay out at late at night and spend too much time with the wrong kind of people, but they're doing it anyway. It was funny.
I can't help imagining that situation, except instead of Shakespeare, it's Dr. Seuss.
Oh my goodness! All right. On that note, we probably should move on. So,
Yes.
So when they leave the trolls, they find one last token from Bilbo's adventure. Would you read this, Rob, and then give your thoughts on it?
Yeah. Not far down the bank, Strider pointed out a stone in the grass. On it, roughly cut and now much weathered, could still be seen dwarf runes and secret marks. There, said Mary. That must be the stone that marked the place where the troll's gold was hidden. How much is left of Bilbo's share, I wonder, Frodo? Frodo looked at the stone and wished that Bilbo had brought home no treasure more perilous nor less easy to part with. None at all, he said. Bilbo gave it all away. He told me he did not feel it was really his, as it had come from robbers.
Yeah.
This is the Hobbits. This is interesting because the Hobbits in Hobbiton have lore around Bilbo.
Yeah.
That he's got all this gold stored up in his house.
And even Mary, who maybe should know better, partakes in this.
Exactly. And it's wrong. It's false lore. And it's we talked before about how lore doesn't have to be naturalistically real to be true, but this is one that actually told against Bilbo's character, right? Because Frodo and Bilbo, knowing the lore of trolls, knew that anything that he got from the trolls was taken by murder and theft.
Yeah.
And so he didn't feel right keeping it. And so this new information that we get contributes and refutes the old lore. It contributes to the lore of Bilbo and refutes the old lore from Hobbiton.
Sure.
I thought it was a nice touch, because in The Hobbit, it doesn't really comment on the nature of this gold, right?
Yeah.
There's no sort of moral weight given to it, but that changes here.
Right. And it reflects a different bit of lore that Bilbo understands the danger of ill-gotten gold, which is a lesson that we see too with Tom Bombadil when he cleans out the barrow and breaks the spell on the barrow by exposing all the treasure and effectively giving it to whoever comes, separating it, dividing it up, and taking it away from those that took it unjustly. And that's a strong theme in this isn't my expertise, but it's a strong theme in Germanic literature anyway. The curse of gold that has been lusted after, or that has been taken unjustly. Yeah. All right. So very soon afterward, they hear hooves, which they're afraid of. They've been dreading. But with the hooves, there are small bells. Although the hobbits are hopeful, they're still frightened. But Strider has a look of joy, and he springs down the hill, calling to the rider, who is not Arwen, but rather is Glorfindel. Anyway, let's read a little bit of this scene. Rob, would you start us out?
Sure. The light faded, and the leaves on the bushes rustled softly. Clearer and nearer now, the bells jingled, and clippity-clip came the quick trotting feet. Suddenly into view below came a white horse gleaming in the shadows, running swiftly. In the dusk, its head stall flickered and flashed, as if it were studded with gems like living stars. The rider's cloak streamed behind him, and his hood was thrown back. His golden hair flowed shimmering in the wind of his speed. To Frodo it appeared that a white light was shining through the form and raiment of the rider, as if through a thin veil.
Yeah. So before we go on, let's just reflect on that. We get a lot here. It's the description of probably the greatest elf that we encounter, maybe even greater than Elrond in a sense. And Frodo sees and recognizes and understands more about him, which is maybe the first sense that we get that his perception is altered. What jumps out to you here before we move on, Ron?
Well, there are elves, and then there are elves, as Sam would say. I think your observation about what Frodo sees is the important thing, right? Because otherwise we just have a pretty elf running onto the scene. But Frodo sees this white light shining through the raiment as if through a thin veil.
Yeah. Which
I think is an interesting phrase to use here. It speaks to the proximity of Glorfindel's power that he's sort of shielding from the rest of the people around him. And it tells you again that there is something special about him, because this is not the experience that Frodo had when he sees is it Gildor?
Yeah. He doesn't have any weird impressions with Gildor.
No. And and I think you're right in pointing out that there is a sort of greatness here that I think goes beyond Elrond, because of course, while Elrond is one of the Noldor, he was born in Middle Earth.
Yeah.
Whereas Glorfindel, Galadriel, Círdan, Círdan
never went to Valinor.
He never. Yeah, but
he's one of the firstborn elves. He's
right. He's the one with the beard.
He's an original.
Yeah, he's an original. But Galadriel and Glorfindel, they came from Amon. They have the light of Valinor with them. Of course, reading in 1954, we would have no context.
Yeah.
But at least what we do know is that there is something special about this elf that tells us that at the very least, Frodo is going to be under some greater level of protection than he's experienced up to this point, and just in the nick of time.
Yeah, and the next passage that comes immediately after their introductions and first conversation really highlights that. Glorfindel gives the sense that he's been sent out to look for them, and Frodo thinks, oh, that means Gandalf must have got there. He says, no, when I had left, we heard, you can give his answer. So if you'd continue reading what Glorfindel says.
Elrond received news that troubled him. Some of my kindred, journeying in your land beyond the Baranduin, learned that things were amiss and sent messages as swiftly as they could.
And that's Gildor.
Right. They said that the nine were abroad and that you were astray, bearing a great burden without guidance.
Which is fascinating because Frodo didn't tell Gildor that. But
that's a good point. Yeah.
Anyway.
For Gandalf had not returned. There are few, even in Rivendell, that can ride openly against the nine, but such as there were, it's a very humble
brag.
Yes. Such as there were, Elrond sent out north, west, and south. So there are four of these guys. It was thought that you might turn far aside to avoid pursuit and become lost in the wilderness. It was my lot to take the road, and I came to the bridge of Methathel and left a token there, nigh on 7 days ago. 3 of the servants of Sauron were upon the bridge, but they withdrew and I pursued them westward.
That's our second humble brag.
Yes, yes. I came also upon 2 others, but they turned away, third humble brag, southward.
Yeah, the
Since
Black
then
Rider
they've
said, nope, 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 nope.
Yeah. Nobody scares the Black Riders, but Glorfindel scares the Black Riders.
Yep. Yes. So we get a sense of what's going on with that light through the foreman Raymond. Yeah. Anyway, Glorfindel then counsels that they must risk the road and ride on quickly. Time is short. Sam says Frodo can't. He's wounded. So they tell Glorfindel about the wound. He examines the hilt of the knife, and he's gravely troubled. So if you'd read what he says.
There are evil things written on this hilt, he said, though maybe your eyes cannot see them.
Fourth,
Keep it,
fifth,
Aragorn.
humble brag, I don't know.
Yes. Keep it, Aragorn, until we reach the house of Elrond, but be wary and handle it as little as you may. Alas, the wounds of this weapon are beyond my skill to heal.
Humility.
But also, everything we've just learned about Glorfindel, and he can't. This isn't the thing he can do. This isn't the thing. Yeah. I will do what I can, but all the more do I urge you now to go on without rest. He searched the wound on Frodo's shoulders with his fingers, and his face grew graver, as if what he learned disquieted him. But Frodo felt the chill lessen in his side and arm. A little warmth crept down his shoulder to his hand, and the pain grew easier. The dusk of evening seemed to grow lighter about him, as if a cloud had been withdrawn. He saw his friends' faces more clearly again, and a measure of new hope and strength returned.
It's not a cure, but Glorfindel helps. Yeah.
Just by touching Frodo, like this is like the latent power in this guy is incredible.
Yeah,
it's so understated, but it's incredible, and yet this evil that has touched Frodo is so grave that even he can't do much with it, but he can still make things feel better by just touching him,
right?
Which is just incredible.
It's as I process this, I think this is Tolkien in a way. He's painting for us a saint, and I think we'll see a little bit more of that as we look at some of the background for Glorfindel. But this is a child of Ilúvatar who has been raised up to be a little lower than the angels.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, he tells Frodo that he will ride on his horse. But Frodo says, no, I'm not going to leave my friends behind in danger, until Glorfindel kind of makes him feel silly. So if you'd read this.
Glorfindel smiled. I doubt very much, he said, if your friends would be in danger if you were not with them. The pursuit would follow you and leave us in peace, I think. It is you, Frodo, and that which you bear that brings us all in peril.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on Glorfindel here, Rob? Main time that we see him.
Clearly, logic is part of lore.
Yes.
Yeah. So we're going to get to it in a moment, right? But we've just left the Troll Fens, right? And if you will recall from The Hobbit, we receive 2 very famous swords made in Gondolin, and so famous that all these centuries later, the orcs still recognize these two swords and are terrified of their very sight. And of course, we get Sting, which is also made in Gondolin, and here, of course, is another reference to Gondolin in the person of Glorfindel. Of course, readers in 1954 would not know this.
Yeah.
But I think Tolkien was clearly so much in love with this character that he found a way to bring him in, and we'll talk more about that and why it's so cool. But I don't want to steal your thunder here, because
I think Glorfindel actually is a name that is actually used in the very first draft of the Fall of Gondolin.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Which I've at least seen an argument that that's the first thing in the Legendarium that Tolkien ever writes, as he's convalescing after being shipped home from the Somme in 1916.
Yeah, I know the fall of Gondolin is the first thing, or at least that's what I've read.
Yeah.
If not,
Yeah. I really like your thought that, Glorfindel, he would recognize those swords. Because Glorfindel, if I remember right, the Glamdring and Orcrist are supposed to have been, on the one hand, the sword of the king of Gondolin, so Turgon, which Elrond tells them in The Hobbit, which is funny because if anyone has a claim to be the heir of Turgon, it's Elrond.
yes,
It's his great grandfather, right? And Orcrist, I think, is supposed to have been the sword of Ecthelion.
Ithalian.
So it's not that one of them was Elrond's, was Glorfindel's sword, although maybe Sting was Glorfindel's knife.
Maybe,
But,
maybe who knows?
At any rate, I mean, we could talk about Glorfindel for hours. What should be said is, if I'm understanding this correctly, and I didn't do the deep dive to be sure, but I believe that Tolkien's entire final understanding of the serial longevity of the elves, how if they die, whether by violence or by grief, as with Muriel, they may be reborn. He had originally different conceptions that maybe they would be, reborn as their children or something, but ended up saying no, they would just be rehoused, not reborn even, but rehoused in a body that was rightly suited to them, which is strange because the body that died was still there. He spent a lot of time thinking about this. But the problem of Glorfindel, the crux, if you will, of Glorfindel was, I believe, the cause for that, or one of the major causes for it. In the original conception, in the notes, it seems like Glorfindel was supposed to have been descended from that elf in Gondolin, because there's a note where he was going to tell of his ancestry in Gondolin, perhaps at the Council of Elrond. But eventually, by the end, he's the self-same Glorfindel who slew the Balrog in the mountains around Gondolin during the escape of the survivors. I guess there are 2 essays on this subject in The Peoples of Middle-earth, which I don't remember which volume it is in the history of Middle-earth. We should note that those do comment that Glorfindel, he was rehoused after his death in Aman, in Valinor, and he came back to Middle-earth, it says around 1600, year 1600 of the Second Age, which would therefore be substantially prior to the Istari, who don't come until, I think, the Third Age. But Tolkien writes that he had a long association with the Maiar in Valinor, and especially with Olorin, that's Gandalf. And Tolkien comments even that he had become, because of that, through that long association with the Maiar, little less in stature than they. So he's leveled up very high, as it were. So that background resonates a lot with what comes in the next chapter, as Gandalf explains to Frodo why Glorfindel was able to stand against the Nazgul and why he was shining brightly to Frodo's eyes. Anyway, there's a lot there.
Yeah, and I want to take it a step further. First of all, I will say I am a Galadriel fanboy, and I would not want to say anything to diminish her at all. But but Glorfindel is the one Noldoran elf in Middle-earth who is in Middle-earth with the leave of the Valar.
Yes.
Galadriel has not repented yet. Elrond still represents the
well, he's born over here. Yeah.
Yeah, he's born over here, right? So one wonders whether Glorfindel would be so terrifying to the Nazgul were he not of the Noldor and the only one there in Middle Earth with the leave of the Valar.
Right. He literally died and was resurrected. He's literally a saint.
Yep.
Come back in the flesh. Yeah. I think he was sent down the road for a reason. They figured you're probably going to find the Nazgul there, so we're sending our biggest, baddest, biggest, goodest. Yeah. Anyway, right. All that remains in the chapter is the great dramatic climax of both of the chapter and of the entire journey. And we're not going to read it aloud in full. This is a podcast, not an audiobook. But we will read a few notable portions here. When they hear the hoofbeats, Glorfindel immediately tells Frodo, "Ride, ride," but Frodo doesn't. And remembering our conversation before, I pulled it out. "Ride forward," cried Glorfindel to Frodo, and he did not obey at once, for a strange reluctance seized him. Checking the horse to a walk, he turned and looked back.
Okay.
So I think, he slows himself down, and then he realizes that they were commanding him to wait, and he gets angry, and he tries to draw his sword, and Glorfindel then shouts, "No, go, go!" And Frodo keeps looking back, at which point Glorfindel, calls out, "Norolim!" which they got right in the movie. They just gave it to the wrong person. Anyway, as the horse is galloping, Frodo looks back. Rob, would you read this?
Frodo looked back for a moment over his shoulder. He could no longer see his friends. The riders behind were falling back. Even their great steeds were no match in speed for the white elf horse of Glorfindel. He looked forward again and hope faded. There seemed no chance of reaching the ford before he was cut off by the others that had laid in ambush. He could see them clearly now. They appeared to have cast aside their hoods and black cloaks, and they were robed in white and gray. Swords were naked in their pale hands. Helms were on their heads. Their cold eyes glittered, and they called to him with fell voices.
But Frodo's wrong. The horse does win out and reaches the ford first, and Frodo is across almost before he realizes it. He turns and he sees the 9 riders all facing him across the water, and then they begin to cross. So I'll read this bit, and then Rob, you can continue. So suddenly, the foremost rider spurred his horse forward. It checked at the water and reared up. With a great effort, Frodo sat upright and brandished his sword. "Go back," he cried. "Go back to the land of Mordor and follow me no more." His voice sounded thin and shrill in his own ears. The riders halted, but Frodo had not the power of Bombadil. His enemies laughed at him with a harsh and chilling laughter. "Come back! Come back!" they called. "To Mordor we will take you." "Go back," he whispered. "The ring! The ring!" they cried with deadly voices, and immediately their leader urged his horse forward into the water, followed closely by 2 others. And Rob, would you continue?
"By Elbereth and Luthien the Fair," said Frodo with a last effort, lifting up his sword, you shall have neither the ring nor me." Then the leader, who was now halfway across the ford, stood up, menacing in his stirrups, and raised up his hand. Frodo was stricken dumb. He felt his tongue cleave to his mouth, and his heart laboring. His sword broke and fell out of his shaking hand. The elf horse reared and snorted. The foremost of the black horses had almost set foot upon the shore.
And then, of course, the water with apparent horsemen within the waves and heavy boulders carried by the flood comes crashing down in flood and sweeps those 3 horsemen away. Rob, would you read this last fascinating bit?
With his last failing senses, Frodo heard cries, and it seemed to him that he saw, beyond the riders that hesitated on the shore, a shining figure of white light, and behind it ran small, shadowy forms waving flames that flared red in the gray mist that was falling over the world.
And then, of course, he swoons, and that's the end of the chapter, end of the book, end of the section, end of the journey. What are your thoughts on all this very dramatic stuff, Rob?
Yeah, this is a cool scene. Okay, so of course we see Frodo at the beginning of what we read anyway. He can now see the riders clearly, and so we are receiving some more lore about the curse, maybe partly due to the ring, but while it's not comfortable lore, we know that this is this is somehow making Frodo be more of a direct participant in this evil realm that
Although
go
it's
ahead.
not necessarily evil, it's the unseen realm, because
Oh, the unseen. Yeah,
Glorfindel is there too.
that's a good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah.
Yeah, this unseen realm. I want to contrast how Frodo calls out to Elbereth at Weathertop with this,
Mhm.
right? In Weathertop, he says, "Oh, Elbereth," or maybe it's "Ah, Elbereth." But it's the
I think he says,
same.
"Oh, Elbereth,"
Oh,
but
Elbereth, and he's supplicating.
yeah, it's a
And
prayer.
here he's using her name in command, and I think that's an important distinction. I don't know if he's incapable just because of the spiritual state he's in of using her name as a suppliant, but I I I believe there's something materially different between using the name Elbereth in supplication versus in command. There's this interesting moment in Salem's Lot. Have you read Salem's Lot by
I've
Stephen
not.
King?
I've not.
Where the protagonist is being attacked by the vampire, and he realizes that the vampire is afraid of the crucifix,
Yeah.
and then he starts using it like a weapon, it's
Uh-huh.
like a ward, and then suddenly the vampire is no longer affected by it. He takes it and breaks it, right?
Uh-huh.
Because in the protagonist's heart, he's taken it from this. He's taken ownership of this thing, like it's a thing that he can wield, and I think Frodo's doing something similar here. He's trying to wield something that doesn't belong to him, right? He tries to wield the ring by commanding them, at first, and then he tries to wield Elbereth, and he tries to wield
Yeah.
Luthien, and it's just not something that he can do.
Yeah. You remind me, my spiritual father used to tell a story. I think he told me a couple times in confession. I don't think it was the Stephen King novel. He was talking about it like it was a Dracula movie. I haven't watched any Dracula movies, but the scene he described was, a vampire is coming at a impious priest who's like, who finds his crucifix and holds it in front of him, and the vampire kind of shies back for a little bit and then comes forward again, and just before he kills the guy, says, "It only works if you actually believe, Father."
Yeah.
With again that sense of, well, I grew up in the Pentecostal world. I heard a lot of "in the name of Jesus,"
Yeah, same here.
but I'm struck by the contrast between that and the prayers of the church, which invoke the name of the Lord. I'm thinking especially like the exorcism prayers, in the baptism, which tell the story. They recount the authority of the Lord, and then they charge the evil spirits to depart. And it's an interesting thing because so many times as I'm saying those prayers, I'm conscious I am a sinful man. I have no power myself, but I'm grateful that the prayers, they don't depend on me having any particular power. It's the power of the Lord that that drives the demons away. And I love your distinction then. The first time Frodo prays, he asks for help. The second time, he's trying to wield the name like the sons of Sceva,
Yes.
wielding the name of Jesus, and it doesn't work. Yeah. Other thoughts?
Yeah. Then of course, seeing. I don't want to steal your thunder here because I know you had some thoughts, but of course, now that he's in the unseen realm, he can see Glorfindel contending with the Nazgul. And I'll let you take that one. But
I mean,
the sword breaking. The sword breaking too.
Yes.
This is Frodo is going to receive Sting very soon. I don't yet know how the sword breaking fits into it, but this is the idea of swords breaking seems important in the Legendarium.
Yeah.
Right. Even the Morgul blade that he got stabbed with, right, is melted
away.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And of course Narsil being
broken,
the broken sword.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know yet how it fits in, but it seems significant that a sword being broken, it would mean something. I haven't worked it out yet.
Yeah. I'm just intrigued by the the absolute power of the Witch King here. Doesn't seem to say anything. He raises his hand. Frodo's struck dumb. His tongue cleaves to the roof of his mouth, and I think it says he's struggling for breath. His heart is laboring, and you're like, okay, he's afraid. The Witch King instills fear, and then the sword breaks, and it's like, okay, that's a whole nother level. Now it's a Numenorian blade that we know is wrought with spells, with words, that is runes, for the destruction of the Witch King, of the wraiths in general. But still, it shatters without even touching him. Aragorn says every blade perishes that touches that dreadful king, but this didn't even touch him. He's holding it up, and it shatters. It's which I don't know. Does the Witch King shatter it, or is the sword actually, is the idea that it's something of a protection for Frodo, but it can't stand up under the assault of the fear of the Witch King, so it breaks.
I think it's that. I think it's that latter. Frodo is throwing every defense that he can imagine at the Witch King, and the Witch King is breaking through all of them.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, in a sword fight with the Witch King, Frodo would stand no chance.
Yeah.
Obviously, but that's not the point, right? Frodo's still. This is his last tool, right? And the Witch King, without even hardly acknowledging it, just shatters it.
Right. It calls.
Of course, it's one of these that's going to destroy the Witch King eventually, but we'll get there. But
it calls to my mind, and I think this is relevant. Again, I was just reading this to my daughter. In Lothlorien, Frodo asks Galadriel why he can't perceive, why he doesn't perceive all the others who are wearing the rings when he wears the one ring. And she says, both because he hasn't tried and because he would have to prepare himself for that. And she basically says, you would have to school your will to the domination of others before you could even try that. But you're not built for that effectively. So he's on the one hand, he is actually defying the Nazgul here, and showing a tremendous courage, and yet not in this way it is not for him to defeat them in this way. If this isn't his path, If we go back to that sense of lore being finding the right path, Aragorn's path is to go toe to toe with with the Black Riders, or he's capable of it, but that's not for Frodo.
I wonder though whether this is courage or if this is the influence of the ring somehow working on him.
Sure.
Not to say that Frodo is not courageous, right? And maybe there's that nexus of Frodo's courage and the will of the ring come together in this moment. But I think that the way he's trying to command the names of Elbereth and Luthien, I think, are the tell for me that this is not, whatever Frodo's doing isn't entirely wholesome.
I think you're right. Not least because it's not what Glorfindel told him to do. He said, "Ride away, run away," right. and yeah,
and we'll see later on Frodo wielding the power of the ring to subdue Gollum.
Yeah,
right. So I feel like this is maybe his first essay in that practice.
Yeah,
and it's a powerful moment, but it's also, I think, a very dark moment, because who else commands the Nazgul but Sauron?
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to claim something that he must not claim.
Yeah.
And yet, I mean, I know I'm going to have to talk about this next chapter because this is when Gandalf talks about it. But Gandalf actually explains the whole thing. Frodo asks, "Why could I see Glorfindel?" And Gandalf tells him, "Because you were effectively in the Wraith world, and you saw them and Glorfindel as they are on the other side." And it's probably worth reading just because I think the conversation is probably going to go in different directions. So here in Rivendell there live still some of his chief foes. This is Gandalf. "The elven wise lords of the Eldar from beyond the furthest seas. They do not fear the ring-wraiths, for those who have dwelt in the blessed realm live at once in both worlds, and against both the seen and the unseen they have great power." And Frodo says, "I thought I saw a white figure that shone and did not grow dim like the others. Was that Glorfindel then?" "Yes, you saw him for a moment, as he is upon the other side, one of the mighty of the firstborn. He is an elf lord of a house of princes. Indeed, there is a power in Rivendell to withstand the might of Mordor for a while, and elsewhere other powers still dwell." And so forth. He says there is power, too, of another kind in the Shire, but not that kind of power.
No.
Which is maybe Frodo's error, a little bit of gentle chiding. But the other thing that we should note is the kind of the one perspective. We don't get a lot of perspectives from Gandalf, but we get one here. Yeah, Gandalf, this is where we get Gandalf talking to himself. That doesn't happen. Like right after that. Frodo's demand, he's asking for news, and Gandalf is hesitant to give it to him. So I'll just read. "Gandalf moved his chair to the bedside and took a good look at Frodo. The color had come back to his face, and his eyes were clear and fully awake and aware. He was smiling, and there seemed to be little wrong with him. But to the wizard's eye there was a faint change, just a hint, as it were, of transparency about him, and especially about the left hand that lay outside upon the coverlet. Still, that must be expected, said Gandalf to himself. He is not half through yet, and to what he will come in the end, not even Elrond can foretell. Not to evil, I think. He may become like a glass filled with a clear light for eyes to see that can." Which kind of puts us in this interesting place. Elsewhere, like Galadriel will talk about the change that just being the ring bearer has wrought on Frodo, how he discerns more than others do. He understands her, he reads her like a book, and he's able to see her ring. But here we get the sense that even the Morgul blade, which was turning him more, it was going to turn him into a wraith, that what it's done to him has somehow elevated him as well, or perhaps his response to it. Maybe that's a better way of saying it. His response to that has elevated him.
Interesting. I think also too, I couldn't help but connect that idea of a glass being filled with pure light to the phial of Galadriel,
Which
that's
is
a glass filled with pure light, and sort of how that functions.
It can't be an accident.
No, it cannot. It cannot. There's a really amazing thing that Sam says in Amon Hen that I'm so excited for when it comes up. It ties these things together, but I think this glass filled with pure light is, I think what you're getting at is what Frodo sees in Glorfindel, and that what Gandalf recognizes is that, despite how Frodo received this wound, he has an opportunity to become like Glorfindel,
right?
In his own measure,
and notwithstanding his error, his
right.
mistake here in trying to combat them, which we could probably call misplaced, bravery,
sure.
Which becomes foolishness, which becomes pride fundamentally. But nonetheless, it hasn't corrupted him. But he is being corrupted and struggling against that in carrying the ring, and we're seeing that process. Frodo is undergoing a process of very experiential learning and lorification, if we can. So, yeah, I think this chapter worked really well as a reflection on lore, Rob, and I'm really grateful to you for suggesting it. I think that about covers what I've got to say. Anything you'd like to add?
No, as last time, this was a complete delight. So thank you for having me on, and enjoyed the conversation immensely.
Beautiful. That brings us to the end of the chapter then, and the end of the book. Frodo will wake up in a completely different place next month. So now, we've read a lot from the book already, but one of my favorite parts of the show is this section when we ask you, our guest hosts, to read a selection of your own choice. I often hear things I hadn't heard before, or am reminded of things that I'd forgotten or hadn't read for a long time. What do you have for us today, Rob?
Well, just as a piece of personal lore, about 20 years ago, I read the Unfinished Tales, and I had this strong memory of reading an alliterative verse rendition of the Ride of Errol, and I was like, "Oh, I want to read that. I want to read that this time." And I went looking for it, and it doesn't exist. It was so sad. Like I had this memory, but there you go, false lore leading me down
or maybe it does exist, just in some weird corner, but not in Unfinished Tales. And dear listeners, if you know what Rob is talking about, please send it to me, and I will send it on to him, and we'll bring him back so he can read it then.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it. But I thought this one was really good, and I thought it was on theme. So we've just finished with the battle at the Black Gate. It has some other name, I can't remember it, but Sam and Frodo are convalescing. When Sam awoke, they're in Ithilien at this point. When Sam awoke, he found that he was lying on some soft bed, but over him gently swayed wide beechen boughs, and through their young leaves sunlight glimmered green and gold. All the air was full of a sweet mingled scent. He remembered that smell, the fragrance of Ithilien. Bless me, he mused. How long have I been asleep? For the scent had borne him back to the day when he had lit his little fire under the sunny bank, and for the moment all else between was out of waking memory. He stretched and drew a deep breath. Why, what a dream I've had, he muttered. I'm glad to awake. He sat up, and then he saw that Frodo was lying beside him and slept peacefully, one hand behind his head and the other resting upon the coverlet. It was the right hand, and the third finger was missing. Full memory flooded back, and Sam cried aloud, It wasn't a dream. Then where are we? And a voice spoke softly behind him, In the land of Ithilien, in the keeping of the king, and he awaits you. With that, Gandalf stood before him, robed in white, his beard now gleaming like pure snow in the twinkling of the leafy sunlight. Well, Master Samwise, how do you feel? He said. But Sam lay back and stared with open mouth, and for a moment, between bewilderment and great joy, he could not answer. At last, he gasped, Gandalf, I thought you were dead, but then I thought I was dead myself. Is everything sad going to come untrue? What's happened to the world? A great shadow has departed, said Gandalf, and then he laughed, and the sound was like music or like water in a parched land. And as he listened, the thought came to Sam that he had not heard laughter, the pure sound of merriment, for days upon days without count. It fell upon his ears like the echo of all the joys he had ever known, but he himself burst into tears. Then, as a sweet rain will pass down a wind of spring, and the sun will shine out the clearer, his tears ceased, and his laughter welled up, and laughing he sprang from his bed. How do I feel? He cried. Well, I don't know how to say it. I feel, he waved his arms in the air. I feel like spring after winter, and sun on the leaves, and like trumpets and harps and all the songs I've ever heard. He stopped and turned towards his master. Okay, so it's this last part that struck me.
Yeah.
I feel like spring and winter and sun on the leaves. That part resonated with me, the Bombadil chapter. But then, and like trumpets and harps and all the songs I've ever heard.
Yeah.
This coming together of all the stories into this moment, when his quest is at an end. And there's a passage earlier, of course, when he and Frodo are crossing into Mordor, where Sam makes the connection between
we're all in the same story.
We're all in the same story.
Yeah.
And I think it's just it's a beautiful way of bringing it together. And it's one of these great instances where Tolkien could have told you that this is all the same story again, but it's Sam's experience of joy,
right,
that brings it all into the same story. And I just think it's beautiful,
especially because Sam is the one who yearned so strongly for the stories, who wanted to see them, who wanted to live them, whose heart was tugged at by those things. And now, having come through all the darkness of them and recognized that darkness from the stories, now he's also come upon the catharsis, the catharsis, or the eucatastrophe at the end, and all is joy. Tolkien makes really good use of each member of the Fellowship and their first encounter with Gandalf after his fall. I think Mary talks about that as well when he's recounting the first time Gandalf comes. But this is a beautiful one. Sam waking up. Is everything sad going to come untrue?
Yeah, and speaking of that first encounter with Gandalf, I love the way Sam processes that. I thought you were dead, but I thought I was dead. So okay.
Oh well.
Well.
Thank you so much for sharing, Rob. That's beautiful. Now, not that I want to tear us away from the Hall of Fire, but we have some fun ahead. It's time for something rather different. That's right. It is now time for a little segment I like to call They're Taking the Hobbits to Isengard. Alrighty. Rob, now's the time when you get to play, yet again, for absolutely no prizes, a little game which will test whether you are a true Tolkien fan to whom everyone should listen, or whether we've just wasted, oh my word, almost 4 hours of everyone's time. The format here is known, so I won't give the full introduction. With credit to my dad and his brothers, the game is this. One of us will read a quote from Tolkien's works, and the other will tell, or have to tell, who the speaker is. We can also get additional bonus points if we can tell the context, even if we miss the actual speaker. And those bonus points might just save us both. So the speaker gets you 1 point, the context gets another half point. Rules for the quotations are as follows. 1. Has to be an actual quotation by an actual named character. No narrator gotchas. Has to be a full sentence or a sentence fragment if that's all that is quoted. And it can only be taken from The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings. The other part is, yes, you get to stump me as well. I will give you 3 quotations, and you can give me 2. Unless you brought 3, in which case you can have more. If we get 3 points or more, we survive. But if not, then the Uruk-hai will make a meal of us. So, are you ready?
Mostly. I think I've maxed out my Kindle bookmarks. So if I struggle to find the right location,
that's okay. We can wait.
Okay.
So my category for you today is old forgotten lore. And let me make sure my quotes are ready. Quote number 1. These are not holes.
That sounds like Gimli.
Yep. And you want to make a guess at the context?
Yeah, let me get. I want to say. I want to say he's. I want to say that he's talking about Moria, but I think I'm being too influenced by the movie there.
No, you're right.
Okay.
Sam is saying dwarves didn't live in these holes, and Gimli says, "These are not holes. This is the great realm and city of the Dwerodelf, and of old it was not darksome, but full of light and splendor, as is still remembered in our songs." He rose, and standing in the dark, he began to chant in a deep voice, while the echoes ran away into the roof. The world was young, the mountains green, no stain yet on the moon was seen, no words were laid on stream or stone, when Durin woke and walked alone. So, very nice. You get full points.
All right. It's already doing better than last time. All right. Here we go. Quite simple. Too simple for a learned lore master in these suspicious days.
Oh, I am almost certain. But now I'm second guessing myself, but that's okay. I'm going to just guess. I think that's Gandalf at the gates of Moria.
That's right. Wow, we're 2 for 2.
And we actually already won because we got both context and the speaker. He's just commented that Mary, I think, was correct. It says "say friend" and enter, not "speak friend" and enter.
That's right.
All right. Very good. All right. Question number 2 for you. Let's see how thoroughly we can womp on these Uruk-hai. The quote is, "I remember well the splendor of their banners."
This is Elrond talking about the siege of Mordor.
That's exactly right. Thereupon Elrond paused a while and sighed. I remember well the splendor of their banners, he said. It recalled to me the glory of the elder days and the hosts of Beleriand. So many great princes and captains were assembled, and yet not so many nor so fair as when Thangorodrim was broken, and the elves deemed that evil was ended forever, and it was not so. So, all right. Very good. Question number 2 for me.
Okay, I'm trying to find it. Do not despise the lore that has come down from distant years, for oft it may chance that old wives keep in memory word of things that once were needful for the wise to know. This is a famous quote, but I think the speaker is going to might surprise you, or maybe not. Maybe you got it already.
Yeah, I'm mad because I know I just read this. Would you read it again?
Sure. Do not despise the lore that has come down from distant years, for oft it may chance that old wives keep in memory word of things that once were needful for the wise to know.
I am almost confident that I'm wrong, but I cannot think of the other place that this might have come in. So I'm going to guess that it's Gandalf, and I think the context is the houses of healing.
That would be a good guess, except for the fact that it's wrong. It's Celeborn, and he is talking. I know. When you said I just read it. Like, trust your instincts there. So he's talking with Boromir about Rohan.
Yep. Yep. That and that's why it was odd, because it's all right. Well, so much for a clean sweep.
That's okay. But it's fair. We expect Galadriel to say the really smart things.
Except she says that Celeborn is the wisest of all, so I guess he needs to get one clever thing in there.
That's right.
I think I even have that on my list of backups. Yep, I do. I have that. I had that as a backup in case you said something else. So that's oh well. I didn't cheat. It was right in front of me, but I did not scroll down. So, all right. Your third question, and your chance to get a clean sweep, even though I have not. But I do not seek allies in war.
That is Boromir at the Council of Elrond.
There we go. 3 for 3. I'll read the context, but you're amazing. I was worried I'd used this one before recently. I think I used a different line from the same. Anyway, in this evil hour, I have come on an errand over many dangerous leagues to Elrond. 110 days I have journeyed all alone. But I do not seek allies in war. The might of Elrond is in wisdom, not in weapons, it is said. I come to ask for counsel and the unraveling of hard words. For on the eve of the sudden assault, a dream came to my brother in a troubled sleep, and afterwards a like dream came oft to him again, and once to me. So, very good. You get 4.5 points with my 1 correct. We get 6 points, and the Uruk-hai are running away like scared children.
It's amazing.
Very good. Good luck to them, and Isengard. Saruman will not be happy.
Now and never come back.
And that's all we've got for today. Thank you, Rob, for once again co-hosting the Amon Sul podcast with me. You are always a delight. You always bring beautiful insights. And please feel free to be looking ahead for the next time you'd like to come back in 6 to 9 months. It'll be very much a joy to have you again if you're willing.
Absolutely. It's been a delight both times, and this time no less than the first. So thank you very much for having me on.
Beautiful. Next time on Amon Sul, I will be joined by returning guest co-host Steve Christoforou as we go all the way back to the beginning and enter the protected valley of Rivendell, and the podcast returns to the last homely house for the first time in quite a while. You can send your questions, comments, and topic suggestions or orcish ideas for their taking the Hobbits to Isengard to me at amonsul@ancientfaith.com. You can also message me through the podcast Facebook page or send a message on YouTube. We also welcome guest co-host proposals. I'm sorting through a few now, so if you have a chapter you'd like to discuss with us, please make a pitch. Lastly, we would love to receive more photograph submissions of landscapes that resemble Weathertop and the Weather Hills approaching it. As time has passed, we've accumulated enough that we now have a very fancy animation that goes through several of those for the intro, but we'd love to enlarge the portfolio. So, if you live or work or commute in the vicinity of Weathertop, please share your view with us.
If you want more of this kind of thing, subscribe to the Amon Sul podcast on your favorite podcast app, and please rate and review. And look up the Amon Sul podcast page on Facebook, click the follow button. Most of all, though, share this with your friends. And while you're at it, if you appreciate this or other Ancient Faith media, go to ancientfaith.com/support and show some practical love.
And since we are on YouTube, I guess I should also add subscribe and also click the little bell so you get notifications when we publish more content. We don't do it too often. We won't bother you, I promise. We've been around since 2019. You can find our full back catalog of episodes by going to tolkienpodcast.com, or you can just subscribe on your podcast app or YouTube. The Amon Sul podcast theme music is Hidden Past, and the closing theme is Celtic Impulse, both by Kevin MacLeod, whose music you can find at incompetech.com.
Our podcast cover art was created by Samuel Hebel. Our video editor / media wranglers are Simon Nelson and Mike DeGan.
And special thanks to the Amon Sul Facebook group for conversation, inspiration, and consistent reminders of how beloved these stories are to Orthodox Christians in the English-speaking world. I am your host, Father Anthony Cook, and even though Father Andrew has flashbacks to battles of ages past with the online sort of trolls every time he hears me say it, this has been a listener-supported presentation of Ancient Faith Radio.